face of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
It's a reschedule game from the 4th of July on the 6th of July. It's Wareham and Bourne coming up on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Good to be back in the friendly confines alongside Jack Hunter. I'm Aiden Blanc. Jack, the Gatemen played probably their best game during this losing streak last night, but couldn't quite seal the deal. They come up just short and now look to return the favor at Spillane Field.
Yeah, it was a very tough loss. You're facing the hottest team in the league right now in the Bourne Braves, and you lose by 1 run in the bottom of the 9th inning, your second straight game where you've been walked off. The Wareham Gatemen are now 2-5 in 1-run games. So you think from a regression standpoint, you gotta return to the middle at some point. But also there are things that you can do to be better in 1-run games. Clutch situations, leaving runners on base, having clutch outings out of the bullpen late in the game. The Gatemen played a good game yesterday, especially early on, but you just got to step up. Somebody's got to step up late in the game.
Tonight, the much-anticipated starting debut of Gavin Black. We've seen him in relief, and we'll get to a little bit more on him later on, but hopefully a starting pitcher that can really carry the Gatemen. We saw shades of it with Yoel Tejeda last night. Hopefully a very dominant starting pitcher that can bring the Gatemen 5-6 innings out of a start.
Well, that's what they're hoping. In this 5-game losing streak, no Gatemen starting pitcher has gotten an out in the 4th inning. All outings have been 3+ innings or shorter. So for Gavin Black, a guy out of Northwest Florida State College, committed to Mississippi State next year, the biggest thing is you just got to be in the zone. Yoel Tejeda was not bad yesterday, but 3 walks in the first inning drove up his pitch count. It allowed the Bourne hitters to see him more early on in the game, which hurt him later. So you got to be in the zone early and often. Use the defense behind you.
The Gatemen, at one point, were in the top half of the league in batting average. Now they're down to 7th. And their hitting has, well, kind of dropped off a little bit. For more on how they can remedy that, here's the hitting coach, Mike Mobbs, and Amanda Foster.
I'm here with a special guest today, hitting coach Mike Mobbs. Mike, thank you for joining me.
Thanks.
I was talking with Bobby Bozer yesterday about this idea of mobbism. He's wearing a shirt after a game. You're the guy who came up with this. Can you kind of explain to me and all the viewers what that is?
Yeah, mobbism was obviously just a play on my last name, Mobbs. A couple years ago, I was coaching some high school players, college players, and when I had a few maybe catchy sayings that came along with my coaching style, they'd say, oh, that's a mobbism. I guess it was similar to like yogiism, like Yogi Berra. So that's where it started, mobbism, and then I decided to create my own brand called Mobbism and trademark the name, and then I've got some apparel and some gear coming out with some of the sayings on it. And Bobby was a player of the game a few weeks ago, so I was giving some free shirts to the player of the game if we won, and that offensive player got a Mobbism shirt.
And what are some of these mobbisms?
I mean, they vary. They're sometimes life motivational quotes, but the one that Bobby had was goes to my approach to teaching hitting, and it basically was about we don't work on hitting the pitch that's right down the middle. That's the easiest one to hit. That's what everyone wants to get, and in baseball lingo, that's called a cookie. But the shirt was basically saying you got to eat your veggies before you get a cookie. So it's a batter with a strike zone box, and the veggies outline the strike zone box with the cookie in the middle. So we're trying to get good at hitting the well-located pitches, not just the one right down the middle that you want to hit.
Well, and you kind of touched on it, your role as the hitting coach. What's your role here in the summer, since it's a summer league and not necessarily a school league? What are you doing with these guys? Yeah,
I would say, hitting coach, and then third base coach, obviously, during the games. Defensively, working with the outfielders. And, more than anything, I think on the hitting side, these guys are super talented. They got here, I told them day one, you guys got here on your own. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything for you. So my job really is to help them continue the success they've had and help them keep the routine that they've had in the college season that's led them to get into the best league in the country. And I would say maybe if I can help them in any way, it's probably more between the ears than anything. They all have a ton of physical ability, so it's more about just helping keep them simple with their thoughts between the ears. And I understand how hard hitting is, so they know they're not going to hear from me that it's easy. So I'm always trying to help them on the mental side more than anything.
And what's your favorite part about being in Wareham this summer?
I think it's just making relationships with these guys. And, I was here in 2018 and we won the championship. So that's obviously a main goal of being here as a team, is to go home as the the championship team in the Cape. But more than anything, I think it's just about creating relationships with these guys and trying to help them and develop in their careers. And just like in 2018, we had 37 guys go on to play pro baseball. So I'll be looking forward to, finishing the summer strong and then following them along in their careers beyond this summer.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Wareham Walmart is your one-stop shop for all the essentials before and after the game. Visit them at 15 Toby Road in Wareham for all of your food, clothing, and more. Wareham Walmart is a proud supporter of the Wareham Gatemen.
Take me out to the ball game. But first, take me out to the beach with Red Jacket Resorts. The Red Jacket Resort Collection is the official hotel of the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 5 waterfront hotels in Yarmouth, Red Jacket Resorts are perfect for family fun and sun before every game. Book your next mid-Cape escape at www.redjacketresorts.com. Welcome back to the leadoff spot. It's Gavin Black's first start with the Wareham Gatemen, and for more on that, we thought we would bring in the broadcaster for his former team. Earlier this summer, he played in the New York Collegiate Baseball League with the Syracuse Saltcats, and their broadcaster, Austin Platt, is with us now. Austin, thanks so much for joining us.
Aiden, boy, what a small world it is. He goes from Syracuse, where I am, to you guys on the Cape, but you guys are going to enjoy him. We miss him already, I can say that.
Tell us a little bit about Gavin. The big news coming from him a couple days ago was that he's going to go pitch at Mississippi State in the fall. What makes him such a can't-miss prospect?
Well, the biggest thing coming into the summer, we knew he has electric fastball. I mean, he can touch up to 97 miles an hour. We had the radar gun in one of our games, and he was touching mid-high 90s. So that's the biggest thing. He can blow a fastball by you anytime. His strikeout numbers are off the charts. He doesn't walk a lot of guys. He doesn't give up a lot of hits. He is the definition of an ace, and he can give a team length like Wareham. And he's just a dog, and he's someone that, of course, 2 years of community college really paid off, and rather at Northwest Florida State, and you knew he was going to a top D1 school.
The Gatemen obviously started with a couple of pitching prospects. A lot of them ended up leaving, and so Gavin Black gets a chance to come in. Why was he given that chance? What did he show in Syracuse and in spring ball that makes him so good and high on the list for someone like Ryan Smythe?
The biggest thing is that he can give a team length, and this year in 3 starts with us here in Syracuse, gave us 15 innings, 4 innings one time, 5 and then 6, and there was only 1 inning of those 15 where he gave up runs. So that's the biggest thing, is that he can go through an order twice without a problem. The 3rd time through the order, that one time is where those problems were created, and eventually those runs were scored. But the strikeout numbers are there. He just doesn't give up a lot of base runners. He's good with runners on base. He holds runners on. And, there's not much not to like about Gavin Black, and I'm sure Mississippi State is really happy to have him.
That's Austin Platt, broadcaster for the Syracuse Saltcats in the New York Collegiate Baseball League. Austin, thanks so much, and best of luck this summer.
You got it, and you as well. Enjoy them.
Del Mar Vacations proudly sponsors the Cape Cod Baseball League. With over 350 properties across Cape Cod, there's no easier way to experience your favorite Cape League team than staying with Del Mar Vacation Rentals. Book your dream vacation today at thisisdelmar.com or call us at 508-247-0395 and discover the beauty of Cape Cod, where lifelong memories are made. Del Mar Vacations and the Cape Cod Baseball League, your ticket to an extraordinary getaway.
Do you know the sound Dunkin' Ice makes? Of course you do. It's the sound of summer, and summer sure does sound good. Try all the Dunkin' refreshers, iced coffee, cold brew, and lattes. Dunkin' Ice, Cape Cod Baseball League runs on Dunkin'.
Back on the Manager's Show with Ryan Smythe, and Coach, you've had a little bit more time to process last night's loss. What's the feeling of the team going into today?
It was good. We talked this morning. We got some things out in the open and clear. The good thing about this skid is you get to see what kind of team you have, and guys are genuinely pissed off that we're losing, which is a good thing. That means they're invested in this and they want to be here. The energy every single morning, no matter what the prior night has been, it's been pretty positive. We were bouncing around pretty good today, and that's something that you appreciate as a coach out here. We're not even halfway through this season yet, so a team that's willing to fight and wants to be here, you feel like you stand a chance in the end.
Yeah, well, halfway game today, in fact. And I was going to ask, we talked a lot about the chemistry of the team in the beginning of the season. What's it like now?
I think it's the same. These guys, they're gelled really quick. Even with a lot of the changeover that we had early on, most of these guys are here to stay now. So We got a good 22 games left with these guys, and we'll see where it falls.
Oh, and Gavin Black starting tonight, coming up from New York. What was it that led you to bring him up here? What have you seen from him? What do you expect?
He's got an electric fastball. He's got some strikeout stuff, which I felt like we needed. I think he's going to be able to go deep into games. At least he had prior to. Having an arm like that right now is good. We need starters to get through 5 or 6 innings.
All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Central Railroad takes guests past marshes, cranberry bogs, dunes, and other places only accessible by rail. You can enjoy a daytime ride with narrated tales on the history of the canal and how cranberries are harvested. Or enjoy a relaxing weekday lunch or Sunday brunch. Maybe a sunset dinner train is just the ticket. Cape Train is conveniently located at the Buzzards Bay and Hyannis train stations in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, along the coast of New England. Come explore all the Cape Cod Central Railroad has to offer.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile believes that when small towns thrive, America thrives. That's why they're investing billions to bring fast, reliable, and affordable wireless service beyond the big cities to small towns across America. There's never been a better time to join T-Mobile. Visit T-Mobile.com/acrossamerica to find out more.
The Gatemen are proud to partner with Franklin Sports as the official batting gloves of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Throughout the summer, all Cape League teams are wearing their own custom team batting gloves courtesy of Franklin. From the Cape League to the big leagues, it's all hands on deck.
From Spillane Field, welcome back to Wareham Gatemen baseball. It's been a hot minute since the Gatemen have been in action at home. Today they face the Bourne Braves, a game rescheduled from July 4th. Alongside Jack Hunter, I'm Aiden Blanc with Amanda Foster in just a bit. Jack, the Gatemen need a win. It's pretty simple. They need to score more runs than the Braves tonight, very badly.
Yeah, and for the Gatemen, 5 consecutive losses. 2 of them have been one-run losses because of getting walked off. On the Bourne side, they've won 4 straight one-run games. So you've got 2 teams that have been tight-roping a tricky line on either side of it. Bourne's been winning a lot of close games. Wareham's been losing a lot of close games. For Wareham today, the objective is to not get in that situation. Get out to a lead early, cruise to a lead, and then let your bullpen take you the rest of the way.
Braves will face off against Gavin Black, wrong Gateman. The much-anticipated first start with the Gatemen for him. He just committed to Mississippi State, looking to make a very good impression on the Bulldogs.
Yeah, he threw his first outing for Wareham out of the bullpen versus the Katuitt Kettleers a little bit ago, about last week. He threw 2 innings, gave up 1 earned run. The biggest thing that I'm looking at is his velocity dipped tremendously from the first to the second inning. So the Gatemen are going to need to get some depth tonight out of Gavin Black because their starters have not gone very long recently. So how long into the game can Gavin Black go? How long can he keep his velocity up for? And once again, the Gatemen just are going to need, that's the number one thing tonight. They're going to need a good start from Gavin Black.
He will face this lineup. Pete Giuffreda leads off in left field. Jonathan Vastine is the shortstop batting second. Derek Bender at first base batting third. Chris Stanfield, the designated hitter, batting fourth. Hitting fifth is Kendall Diggs in right field. Good to see him again. Joshua Carrota grounded a great bunt last night. He'll play second base and bat seventh. Batting eighth is the center fielder, Sam Peterson. Then it's Cam Foster, the third baseman. And Adonis Guzman will close out the order.
And for the Gatemen defensively, Lawson Harrell to left field tonight with Bobby Bozer in center and Nick McClain in right. Across the infield from left to right, J.C. Cologne, Sebastian Murillo, Garen Caulfield, and Tommy Spillane with Renee Lastras catching, and Gavin Black for the first time starting here today for the Wareham Gatemen.
First batter he sees is a very tough one, Pete Giuffreda. Big number 24 climbs in. First pitch to him. Strike one. We're underway at 5:59. Gatemen home again tomorrow. Final game here against Brewster. Swing and a miss. High cut and miss. 0-2. Wareham comes in with a 1-8-2 record on the road, but they're doing all right here at home. The 0-2. High ball 1.
The big thing for Black today is just attack. He's got the stuff, fastball, slider. He's got an electric fastball. His slider's got a lot of spin on it. Just be in the zone.
The 1-2. Popped up. Down the line in left. And foul. Lawson Harrell giving chase his first start at home. Braves won last night. Walk-off hit by pitch. Brutal way to end it, but the Gatemen, as we mentioned in the pregame show, that was probably their best game of this losing streak. Lefty awaits. Black's 1-2. Swing and a miss. He went around, and a great start for Gavin Black, striking out one of the best hitters in this Bourne lineup.
Yeah, and he's a leadoff hitter for a reason coming into this game, hitting 293. Not a guy that's going to strike out a lot. So for Black to be able to pump that slider in there, I mean, you saw how nasty that pitch is. You just got to continue doing that and work some clean innings.
In steps the shortstop, Vastine. Checks his swing. Did he go? He did not. Ball 1. Lefty hitter. The 1-0. High 2-0. It's a hot summer night at Spillane Field. Happy to have you with us. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch, outside and up, 3-0. Three balls, no strikes. Belti set for Black. Pumps in strike 1. 3 and a strike. Hitting 93. Our scouting report pregame shows he can definitely go higher than that. Does right there. In for a strike. 3-2. Black battling after going down 3 balls and no strikes. Now is 3-2 on the lefty hitting shortstop. Lift. 3-2. Low ball 4. Just misses. But a good battle from Black. Runner on base for Derek Bender.
Yeah, he went back to the fastball and just kind of yanked it a little too wide and out. Black is a native of Bogart, Georgia, near Athens. Went to North Oconee High School. Spent his freshman year at Northwest Florida State College. Committed to play at Mississippi State next year.
He gets to preview what he will bring to the Bulldog rotation. Batter is Derek Bender, first baseman from his right side. Caught in a miss. Cannot catch up. 92 up in the zone.
You might see Black try to conserve his energy a little bit. The velocity may play a little down in moments if he wants to get through 3 or 4.
Quick check. No balls and 1 strike. 1 out. Runners on first base. The pitch. Up and out. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Runner is on first base. Middle infield goes back. Just warming things up here at Spillane Field. 1-1. Fouled away. One, 2. En route. High evens out the count.
Bender's got kind of an interesting setup at the plate. You see a lot of guys drag out the chalk in the back of the batter's box. Bender is pretty far up in the box compared to those guys. It's pretty narrow at the plate, too. His feet are not really spread out very far.
Even count. The pitch. Pop foul. We'll do it again. Climbs back in, ready for the even offering. 2-2, 1 out, runner on base. And the pitch. Just tying another full count for Black. In at the plate, Bender gets ready. Set. Deal from Black. Fouled away. It's a payoff pitch to the Coastal Carolina product. Spent last season with the Tri-City Chili Peppers. Pitch. Inside, ball 4. Draws a walk. Walk for him. Gets on base for Chris Stanfield.
The designated hitter from Auburn.
Back-to-back walks.
Chris Stanfield.
Black has lost a little bit of his control.
Yeah, and that's just a lot of the times what happens with young pitchers. It can be a mechanical issue. We saw that with Nolan Hughes and Katuitt, but I think it can also just kind of be a confidence thing, too. You get these great hitters up in the Cape, and sometimes you are a little afraid to just go right after them because they can do damage on mistakes.
First pitch slides outside, ball 1.
And we've seen a lot of guys in their first big outings have some nerves, too. Now, Black already pitched in a game, but it was on the road. It was in relief. All eyes are on him here in the starting role. So, can he take some deep breaths and really hunker down?
1-0. Excuse me swing. Fouled off right side beyond the Bourne dugout. Wareham and Bourne, second of 5 meetings in July between these two teams. 2 more at Doran Park and 1 at Polar Park. The next home game these two teams play for Wareham will be at Polar Park. The 1-1. Up the middle. There's 1. And Murillo turns the double play. Great defense by the standout shortstop. 6-3 goes the double play. And Bourne ends the inning with no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. Let's go to the last of the first. Meet Ryan Smythe's lineup. Back in a moment on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Left field. We have all the burgers, dogs, chicken tenders, and fries you need to curb that.
Our title sponsor of the 100-year anniversary is Baseball Cloud, data that tells the whole story. This season, Baseball Cloud pays homage to the past while building the future. Their technology will help tell the story of the next 100 years of Cape Cod Baseball League history, inspiring and exciting the next generation of baseball players and fans. Learn how to bring the most accurate data and analytics to your organization by visiting baseballcloud.com.
Cape Cod Coca-Cola thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Please remember to recycle empty bottles, cans, and other recyclable materials. It takes only 6 recycled plastic bottles to make a new baseball cap. Welcome back to Spillane Field. Pretty similar lineup for the Gatemen. Jack Minus, David Glancy, and Landon Wallace, of course.
Well, those are 2 big losses for Wareham. David Glancy departs Wareham as the league leader in walks, stolen bases, runs scored. So the Gatemen are going to have to try to figure out how to get some more top-of-the-lineup production. A good way to do that, putting Garen Caulfield in the 2-hole with Nick McLean in the leadoff spot. Lawson Harrell hitting 3rd with Tommy Spillane hitting 4th. Grant Hussey in the 5-hole with Sebastian Murillo hitting 6th. And to round things out, Rene Lastris, Bobby Bozer, and J.C. Cologne to repeat. McLean, Caulfield, Harrell, Spillane, Hussey, Murillo, Lastris, Bozer, and Cologne.
And on the mound, what do we know about Pence?
Pence is appearing in his 4th game of the year for the Bourne Braves. He's been mighty productive in his first 3 outings. None of them have been in a starting role, though. He's 2-0 on the season with a 0 ERA, and his only outing which he did not get a win was the last outing because he picked up a save versus the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. So he's a guy that in his first outing went 3 innings. The last 2 outings have gone just 1 inning. He was supposed to start on the 4th of July, but they scratched that game too tonight. So not quite sure how far he can make it in this game, considering most of his role is as a relief pitcher, but he's a lefty. that the Gatemen should match up well with, because the first 4 Gatemen batters in the lineup are going to hit from the right side.
Defensively for Bourne, Chufreda, Peterson, Diggs, left to right. Foster, Vastine, Kuroda, Grauer, Bender, third to first on the infield. Pence and Guzman are the battery. First batter that Dalton Pence faces is Arizona State's Nick McLean. With the departure of David Glancy, expect McLean to move up and start hitting leadoff more often. It was a position he was very comfortable with in the spring. He hit most of his games out of the leadoff spot at ASU. Climbs on in, faces down Pence, who works from the full windup, right down the middle of the rubber, and delivers high ball 1. McLean was out last night. He was sick. He's returned tonight. So really 3 off days for him. He's even more well-rested than the rest of the team. Checks his swing. It's a foul ball, 1-1.
The scouting report on Pence, he's got a high 80s to low 90s fastball. Throws it away from hitters a lot of the time. Throws it about 70% of the time. He's got a slider and a changeup that he mixes in as well, but once again, majority fastball.
1-1, upstairs, 2-1. McLean's teammate at Arizona State, third baseman Newt Contrades, joined the Braves today. He was activated last night. Likely not going to see action today because he just got off a 9-hour flight, but expect him in the lineup at some point this weekend. High and away, 3-1. And we're having some conversations pregame. Good to see both of them again. 3 balls and a strike. Hitters count for one of the best hitters on this team average-wise. Cuts and misses. Count runs full.
You're talking about one of the best hitters in the league average-wise as well. Top 5 guy in the league in batting average, and the Gatemen are going to need to continue his ways for him to continue his ways.
Ready. Pence's payoff. Outside ball 4. McLean draws a leadoff walk, so Glancy leaving has not done much to that leadoff spot. Leadoff hitter still walking a lot.
Arizona, number 20.
Yeah, and any way you can get on base, you know, the famous Moneyball movie quote, you know, does he get on base? It's a question that Jonah Hill is always asking. And for McLean, get the base runner on in an inning, you feel good about your chances to score.
Planes on. Here's Garen Caulfield. Foul away, 0-1. Their teammates here, rivals in college. Caulfield out of Arizona, and he has been swinging one of the hottest sticks. You got 2 red-hot hitters at the top of this lineup. Garen has more than earned the opportunity to take McLean's old spot, moving up to number 2. Righty stands in. 0-1 sails outside, 1-1.
Yeah, and Garen in his last 5 games is 4 for 13, which is a clip over 300 from the batting average spot. He's a guy that's just going to hit line drives. He's not going to run into a whole bunch of balls, but gap to gap, good line drives. You need a guy that can handle the bat in the top of the order.
Pitch on the way. Coming. Fouled away.
You may keep that foul ball, courtesy of attorney Glenn Hannington.
At the plate and on base right now, McLean and Caulfield are 2 of the only 3 hitters on this team getting on base over 400%. The other, Tommy Spillane. How about that? Spoils another one. It's 1-2. So the 3 guys that are on base percentage with an on base percentage above 400 are an Arizona State guy and 2 Arizona guys. Caulfield back in the box. Toes that back line. Lines one to left center field. That's going to touch grass for a base hit. McLean moves up 90 feet. And how about the hit machine? Garen Caulfield with a base hit to put 2 runners on with nobody out. Gatemen, who desperately need a strong start, have an opportunity to do so right now. Lawson Harrell comes to the plate. Big opportunity.
That's what Garen Caulfield does. I mean, we talked about right before he hit that ball. He's not a guy that's going to mash a whole bunch of home runs, but he finds a way on base. And at the top of the order, you need some table setters. And now 2 runners on for a conference player of the year, a guy that's got a lot of pop in the bat, that's kind of a sleeping giant. Just got here, so he's still trying to wake up a little bit, and Lawson Harrell.
Harrell, his first at bat at Spillane Field. Cuts and misses, 0-1. We mentioned they were picking up a couple of outfielders with Glancy and Stewart and Wallace all leaving. And he is going to be one of the big outfielders. Expect him to become a day-to-day starter as the season moves along. It's 0-1. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Just warming things up, literally and figuratively. Here at Spillane. Can't catch up to a heater. 0-2.
Yeah, it may take Lawson a few games. This is his second game today. It may take him a little bit to really get going because he hasn't been playing baseball very much since the end of the season at the end of May. So it's been kind of a month since he's really started cooling down.
The 0-2. Bounces in front of the plate. McLean dashing towards third, and he's in safely. Oh, they took advantage. The ball took an awkward hop off of Guzman. And now one swing of the bat, and Lawson can bring in a couple of runners.
Great base running by Garen Caulfield trailing McLean because he has to make sure that Nick is going before he can go. So reading that McLean is going, seeing that the ball is far away enough that he can get to second. Now you eliminate the double play chance up the middle.
1-2, first and second and third rather. Pitch. Outside, even count. One and two. Steps home. Just off the plate, 3-2. Tommy Spillane waits on deck. Tommy only hitting 111. And yet still getting on base at a 500 clip. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Lawson goes down on strikes. Spillane comes up with 2 on and 1 out.
It's a great pitch by Dalton Pence. 3-2 count. You think maybe Lawson's going to get a fastball, and he thought he was getting a fastball and a changeup. The bottom just kind of fell off of it, and Lawson was way out in front of it. Now Tommy Spillane, you got 1 out, 2 runners on, in scoring position. The infield is back. You have a job to do. You got to be a team player here and try to get at least one of these runs in.
Spillane, the first baseman, not giving Hussey a night off. Hussey's going to DH next. Fly ball, right field. Bermuda triangle out there near the line. Caught. McLean holds up. So 2 good outs to rebound after those first 2 batters reach for Pence. Now he's got to put down Hussey.
Yeah, the Gatemen had some crucial points yesterday where they left runners on. Bases loaded situation, 2 runners in scoring position, and in 1-run games, you know, you look back at those moments where you just need 1 timely hit. And now it's going to be up to Grant Hussey to see if he can do it. Hussey did have a timely hit himself yesterday.
Lefty hitter. Sebastian Murillo waits on deck. First pitch to him. Down the middle, strike 1. Gatemen work a lot in their BP on situational hitting. Mike Mobbs, who we heard from on the pregame show, is very big on that. The situational hitting has not quite been there yet for them. Looking to change that here. The 0-1, just outside, 1-1. Pitch on the way. It's a 1-1 offering. Center field, dunks down for a base hit. In to score McLean. Rounding Caulfield. Throw cut off on the mound. It's a 2-run single for the Hussbus. And the Gatemen strike first. It's 2-0 Wareham.
It's a big-time knock from Grant Hussey. In on his hands, and he just fisted it to center field. And the Gatemen continue to come through with 2 outs in an inning. Wrote this in the game notes today. In the last 3 games, 14 out of the 15 runs they scored have been in 2-out situations. Add 2 more there. The team has been clutch in 2-out scenarios when they've needed to be.
Here's Murillo. In the air, left field, kiss it goodbye! Seabass exits stage left, and it's a 4 spot as Wareham grabs an early lead. Wow, that was a jack
With that home run, Delmar vacations.
And Murillo has brought a little life into the Gatemen offense. A 4 spot they desperately need, trying to break this losing streak. Well, that's a great way to start. 4-0 Wareham.
A lot of smiles in the Gatemen dugout right now. Sebastian Murillo getting his first home run, and it was not a cheap one. It went almost 350 feet to left field. And Sebastian Murillo, what a player. He got his 5-game hitting streak snapped yesterday and responds with hitting a homer here.
Rene Lastras cut and a miss. We mentioned
Charlotte,
Sebastian.
#7, Rene Lastras.
Could be a sneaky candidate for an all-star with Glancy, who is the obvious other one besides Nick McLean leaving. Well, cut and a miss 0-2. Sebastian has, again, sneakily been carrying the bottom of that lineup. Here's Rene Lastras. Congratulations to him on committing to UNC Charlotte today. Cuts and misses, and a 3-pitch strikeout to end the inning. 2 of those 3 outs for Pence were on strikeouts, but the other batters made themselves heard. The Gatemen get 4 runs. They get it on 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left. Boy, did they need that. Let's go to the second. Wareham out to a, thank goodness, early lead, 4-0 on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
A Hyannis Harbor Cruise 4-2. A Cape Cod Canal Cruise 4-2.
They recognize the important skills baseball can bring to players both on and off the field. The Yankee Foundation has been proud to support the Cape Cod Baseball League. Welcome back to Spillane Field. The Gatemen made themselves heard early in this first inning. For more on how they've been recovering during this 5-game losing streak, here's Amanda Foster.
I was talking to Ryan Smythe before the game. He said this team is really genuinely upset that they haven't been able to win in a while. He said that the guys have a very good ability to bounce back from games and kind of flush whatever happened the night before, that they're able to just move on quickly and get right to the next game. And clearly, as you can see right now with 4 runs in the bottom of the first inning, they're getting to that. We're also only at the halfway point in the season, so there's plenty of time for this team to bounce back. Guys? Thank you.
She's all set. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Amanda. The Gatemen certainly made themselves known. That's a great way to recover, right? They need a win. That's a great way to do it. 4-0 as we go to the second inning. And now another inning from Gavin Blanc. Excited to see what he brings to the table.
When he's probably excited, he's got a 4-run lead to work with. So we'll see if he can breathe out a little bit and just focus on executing pitches, not nervous about giving up the lead on a pitch-to-pitch basis.
First pitch, ball 1 to Kendall Diggs.
The right fielder from Arkansas, #8, Kendall Diggs.
Fielder out of Arkansas, teammates with our buddy Jake Faherty. Called strike. It's 1-1. Hit 111 this season. Looking to improve on that here. The 1-0 is in the air, left center field. That ball is down as Harrell goes to chase it at the fence. Wheeling into second with a nice little double is Diggs, and Bourne fights back. A base runner of their own here in the top of the second.
Well, Bourne, you can expect them to fight back. 1 through 9, they're the deepest lineup in the league. Batting average perspective, they're hitting over 270 as a team. First place by a long shot. And how you do that, put together good team numbers, is not just one guy, not just 2 guys, but all 9 guys in the lineup.
JKG, Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, takes ball 1 high. Stands in, readies himself. The 1-0. Called strike, 1-1, delayed call. He gets it nonetheless. JKG out of Rutgers, played 56 games in the spring, 298 batting average, 6 home runs and 31 runs batted in. Bringing in real good numbers here as well. Played here last year for 2 games, recorded 2 hits, an RBI and a 286 average, 2 and a strike. He was a member of that championship team. They brought him up right at the end of the season as they defeated Ryan Smythe and the Brewster Whitecaps. Last 2 seasons, it's been Bourne and Brewster in the championship. 2-1. On the way. Caught and a miss. Oh, great pitch from Black, 2-2.
Yeah, that was that slider, and you know he's got confidence in it, throwing it in a 2-1 count, being able to really dig it like that. Impressive.
One, 2. Put a charge in it. Out towards center. Caught on the run by Bozer. 1 down.
It's a good catch by Bobby Bozer. Good job for a guy that does not play that position in too much here in Wareham to communicate well with his left fielder, get a good jump on the ball, come in and make the grab for a big first out. And we talk about situational hitting. Well, here for Bourne, they got to get that runner over from second to third. Unable to do so.
Diggs is on second. Now Sam Peterson, the center fielder. Pops it up. Foul ground. Right side. McLean ranging over. Makes the grab. There will be a tag. Throw coming in is cut off. And tough throw for him to make, but does make the catch. 2 down in the inning. Try and bring up Cameron Foster to bring in a run.
From Liberty, number 21, Cam Foster.
Cam Foster, my high school teammate at Westminster in Atlanta. This is a big moment for the Westminster Wildcat Nation here.
Is that right? All right. Well, it's a big moment in the game, too. 4-0. You know, Bourne trying to avoid getting blown out early. Takes ball 1. He has not played yet against the Gatemen. Gets an at-bat here, hitting .250 on the season. Black readies. Pops a 1-0 into foul ground right side. Chasing. Spillane. Cannot get there. Took a stumble near the fence. 1-1.
Yeah, Spillane Field has got an odd amount of foul territory down the first base and down the right field line. So it's going to take a little bit of experience for Tommy and for Nick McLean as well to really get used to how much room you have down there. It's easy to look at it now and say, oh, you got a lot of room, but when the ball's flying in the air and you're looking up and you're running pretty fast and you're trying to feel the wall out, it can be very tricky, and Spillane was going through that there.
Donis Guzman waits on deck. Black, so far so good. Readies, fires, chop left side, charging at third, ranging over Cologne, throws it and it's past Spillane at first. Foster's going to get up to second, has himself, should be an RBI. It does score Diggs, it's 4-1. Good effort by Cologne.
Yeah, it was going to be a tough play. It was bang, bang.
The catcher from Boston College.
The first play. I would lean
Adonis Guzman.
infield single with a throwing error advancing Foster to second, but we'll see how that's officially scored.
They're going to give him a hit.
There we go. 1 for 1 on the night for me.
And advanced on the error?
Yep. So infield hit, RBI, it advances on the throwing error.
There's a strike to Guzman. So Foster's on. Second hit of the inning. Second hit off Black today. It's a sparse crowd at Spillane Field. Remember, this game got rescheduled. It was supposed to be the 4th of July. But because of the rain, it's tonight. Ball is low, 1-1. We also lose that scheduled off day that was supposed to be today. We were supposed to be sitting in Mary's house having dinner tonight, but oh well. We're going to have dinner at the ballpark instead. That's all right. 1-1. Slides outside. Good pick by Lastris. 2-1. Gatemen will play against Brewster tomorrow at YD for their 100th anniversary celebration on Saturday. Actually, the next 2 days, because tomorrow will be Wareham's 100th anniversary celebration. We'll have some special guests. And then Saturday will be YD's. And then they're back home for Hyannis on Sunday. That's going to be a very big game. They need a win against Hyannis like there's no tomorrow. Quick step off.
J.C. Fernandez out there at shortstop calling a pitch clock violation on Gavin Black. Now a 3-1 count.
Again, we can't see the pitch clock. Only one field in the league has it. So we're ready to go again. 3-1, 2 out. Pops it up. Foul. Three and 2. Sets. Deals. Ripped. Third base and by a diving Cologne into left field. They're not going to run on Harrell. Ooh, he's got a cannon. Yanks the throw, and it's going to go to the backstop. Ball is dead. Run comes in to score, and it's 4-2. Throw was way offline from Harrell. Well, that's just unfortunate.
Well,
because you should have been able to prevent the run.
Bourne kicked the ball around yesterday with 4 errors, and the Gatemen here are already with 2 of the throwing variety. I mean, they're not even fielding errors. So Cologne, like Foster had the infield single, Cologne's throwing error moved him up to second, and then Foster advances a third on the single, and then the throwing error from Harrell takes him home.
First pitch, popped up foul. Playable? Maybe? No. Going to bounce him back at the cage there. Back to the top of the lineup with Giuffreda.
You were hoping maybe after yesterday, the Gatemen did not have an error for the first time in 6 games. Hoping maybe some of those defensive woes were behind them, and it's just kind of a focus thing right there. You just got to hit the cutoff, man.
0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Dealing towards the third base side of the rubber. Check swing inside, 1-2. A ball and 2 strikes. Sets. Deals. Good block by Lastris, 2-2.
And a good job by Giuffreda. I mean, these are good sliders. They're starting off in the zone, in the low part of the zone, and then they're just digging into the dirt. And Giuffreda has the scouting report on Black. This is the second time for him at the plate.
2-2. High ball 3. Count runs full. Three-two. Ball 4. Runners now go to first and third. And Black's run into a little bit of trouble here thanks to his ability to locate pitches. Timeout. Ryan Smythe comes out just to settle him down.
Yeah, tough for Gavin Black. I mean, he arguably should be out of this inning. You know, some throwing errors have advanced some runners, extra bases. He's got to settle down, though, because as a pitcher, you control a lot, but you can't control everything. And sometimes you can't control throws that are made. So he's got to hunker down and just try to do the best he can to get out of it. And that's why it's so nice the Gatemen scored 4 runs in the bottom of the first, because they've not had a good top of the second, a very lousy top of the second, if we're being honest. But you still have a 2-run lead, even despite that, with an opportunity to come back to the plate again, up 2.
The shortstop.
So
from
that'll bring up
number 2, Jonathan Vastine.
Jonathan Vastine. Vanderbilt Commodore trying to make it a 4-3 game. As quickly as Wareham opened this thing up, Bourne has closed the gap. Pitch. Popped up. Left field. Harrell ranging back. Guarding from the sun. Couple of steps back. Makes the grab. F7 concludes the inning. But Bourne does strike back. 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors, and 2 runners left on base. Bottom of the second coming up. We got a good one, 4-2 on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
The Bourne Braves and the Wareham Gatemen, along with the Cape Cod Baseball League and the NCAA, would like to remind
Bobby Bozer stands on in, facing Pence to begin the last of the second inning. Righty hitter. First pitch to him. Ball outside, 1-0. Wareham with 4. Oh, no, that was a delayed strike call. 0-1. Wareham 4 in the bottom of the first. Bourne 2 in the top of the second. 0-1. That one's outside, 1-1. We apologize for technical difficulties. Doing the best we can. Working through things here. 1-1. Inside, near the knees, 2-1. So it'll be Bozer, followed by the 9-hitter J.C. Cologne, and then we're back to the top of the lineup. The 2-1, high, ball 3. And the top of the lineup is where a lot of the damage was done, though Hussey and Murillo did some damage in the middle of the order.
But you got to have some table setters, though, and Caulfield and McLean really did that.
It's the first time we've really seen those two prominently featured in this lineup. High fly ball, right field, deep, back digs, makes the catch over his head in front of the right field wall.
That's Bobby backspin for you. I mean, that ball was hit hard off the bat. He hit it too high, but the thing was that ball just kept carrying because of the spin it had on it. It was carrying and carrying, and he ended up hitting it pretty well, almost 345 feet. Diggs caught it a little bit in front of the non-existent warning track, but he just kind of popped it up a little too much.
Missouri's third baseman, J.C. Cologne, takes strike 1. McLean waits on deck, having walked to lead off this game. Or lead off Wareham's portion of it. The 1-0. Taps it into Guzman's glove. 0-2.
I think the thing for JC hitting the baseball, I think he just got to quiet things a little bit at the plate. Sometimes he gets kind of a little movie, a little antsy at the plate, and can't catch up to fastballs.
0-2. Trailing foul. Goes foul.
I'm watching the signal fade in and out. Something's different. It's the signal issue. Something else is happening.
0-2, 1 out. Righty swinger. Pence fires. Fouled away. We'll do it again. McLean stands eagerly in the on-deck circle. It's 0-2 with one out. Strike three. JC is rung up. 2 down in the inning.
The right fielder from Arizona
Not exactly
State,
the spot you want
15,
McLean to get up in, but he gets up nonetheless. Still a powerful top of the lineup. They can do their own work. It helps to have someone setting the table, but they can still find ways on base. Ball one outside.
We talked about the Gatemen threat with 2 outs in an inning. I mean, you get 3 outs for a reason. The inning's really never over for Wareham.
First pitch. Second pitch, rather. Strike one. Count is level. The 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Two balls and 1 strike. Delivers. Fouled away, slashing right, 2-2. Level count, 2 out. The pitch. McLean, hard hit, going foul right side. Boy, he has really put some extra bat on ball there. Couldn't quite straighten it out. We'll do it again. Two and two, 2 out. McLean ready, swings and misses. 1, 2, 3 go the Gatemen in the second. 2 innings in the books. Wareham still leading by a score of 4-2 on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Cape Cod Coca-Cola thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and refreshing.
Curry College is where you go to become anything you want. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers with learning beyond the classroom. Explore undergraduate programs, NCAA Division III athletics, and continuing education and graduate studies, including 5th-year master's programs at curry.edu.
We'd like to welcome our title sponsor of the 100-year anniversary, Baseball Cloud. This summer, Baseball Cloud's data and analytics tools are used across the league to enhance player development and your experience with live in-game and post-game data. Baseball Cloud is excited to inspire and excite the next generation of players and fans and bring the most accurate data and analytics to your organization. Learn more at baseballcloud.com.
Welcome back. We go to the third here on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Jack Hutter, Amanda Foster. I'm Aiden Blanc. Good to see you once again. I see you pretty much every night, but that's okay. Third inning for Gavin Black. Slipped up a little in the second, but still an opportunity to make this a quality outing if he can bear down the next inning or two.
Yeah, and he's got a big test in front of him with Derek Bender, Chris Stanfield, Kendall Diggs, the middle of the Bourne lineup due up. Got roughed up a little bit last inning. 3 hits conceded. His defense didn't really help him out, but this could be a big inning because Bourne cut the lead in half last inning. So are they going to tie it or maybe even take the lead in this inning, or can the Gatemen start to kind of settle things down here?
Derek Bender leads off. Swing and a miss. Hard cut, 0-1. Bender played in 62 games with the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina this spring. Hit 19 home runs. Was a semifinalist for the Dick Hauser Trophy and was the National Player of the Week from Collegiate Baseball for the week of May 15th. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Local guy out of South Carolina, went to Coastal Carolina. As we mentioned, played with the Tri-City Chili Peppers for 25 games last season. Fouled away. It's a Braves team that has dramatically risen in the standings. They were last place for a good chunk of the first couple of weeks of the season. They're now 12-8-0, second in the West, inside 2-2, a position at one point occupied by Wareham, who is now in fourth at 8-11-2. Got to be careful. Falmouth is knocking on the door at 7-12-2. You lose tonight and they win, and you are suddenly in the cellar. Low now, 3-2.
It's a great take by Bender. Just another. I mean, this is the difference between playing in another league and playing here in Cape Cod. Those out pitches, you get swings and misses with most batters. Not here.
3-2. The pitch. Whoa. You heard that. You felt that. Ball 4. Leadoff batter, Bender reaches.
Well, it was a tough night last night to be a Chanticleer. Caden Bodine, the catcher, got nailed a few times with some foul balls. And then at the end of the game to walk it off, he got nailed in the leg.
We talked to him after the game.
Are they really talking about this being intentional? I really hope not.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to take a sec for it to see it.
I mean,
that's ridiculous.
There'd be no reason why Gavin Black in his first start trying to make a name for himself would be trying to do anything of sorts.
Bender's gotten walked twice. Wow. Interesting conversation there. Ryan Smythe was ready.
The designated hitter from Auburn, number 10,
Okay,
Chris
here's
Stanfield.
Chris Stanfield. Grounded into a double play to end the first. Gets ready. Righty hitter out of Auburn. Ball. No, it's a strike. Lastris thought about a snap throw to first.
It's a late call because Lastris stood up in his stance, think about trying to backpick the runner, and so the umpire, I think, got confused a little bit because usually you want to sit still.
Check back to first. Stanfield is 8 days older than I am. He was born in Tallahassee, Florida on July 27, 2003. Bigger pardon, 8 days younger. He will celebrate his 20th birthday later this month, 1-1. Some high heat. Black seems to have lost a little control.
Yeah, he's going back to the rosin bag, trying to get a little stick. Tackiness on the ball.
Bender hit .280 this spring, making 40 starts at Georgia. Ball in the dirt, 2-1. Was a part of that NCAA regional. Auburn, if you remember, went 0-2. Lost to Penn, lost to Southern Miss as the hosts popped up off the inside of the bat. Left side of the infield. Murillo has it. In the shadows, makes the grab. 1 down.
And that's how much these defenders, including J.C. Cologne, respect Murillo. Murillo was going to be the guy that was going to have the best chance at catching that ball, and Cologne, right when Murillo called for it, immediately backed up and let his shortstop take it. That's trust that you build over time.
Here's Arkansas's Kendall Diggs. Appeared in 58 games this spring with the Hawks. Low in the dirt. Lastris probably would have thrown over if Diggs was hitting from his right side, but he's hitting from his left side and gives the runner Bender a little bit of extra space there on the base paths. Jack has just finished, what is that, your second cranberry, cran pineapple ocean spray of the summer?
Third or fourth.
Third or fourth of those?
Yeah.
The 1-0 is high and away, 2-0. Wow. That is a lot of sugar, pal. That is a lot.
No, this one, this is the second one of this. This one only has 13 Gs.
2 balls and no strikes. Digs in and takes a pitch high, 3-0. Ended the spring with 12 home runs. Hitting .299, just a tad under 300. Runner takes off. Ball is high, won't matter. Ball 4. Bender finishes what would have been a steal anyways. Now it's Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, 2 on, 1 out. Dangerous spot for a dangerous batter.
Yeah, and Black,
The second baseman from Rutgers.
once again,
Number
this
13,
inning
Josh
struggling with control.
Kuroda-Grauer.
2 walks in the first, 1 walk in the second, 2 walks here. This is, I think, very reminiscent of Yoel Tejeda's start yesterday in that he's flashing swing and miss stuff, but he's given up just too many free bases.
First pitch to him, outside, but he gets the strike call, 0-1. JKG was a USA invite, so he has not been with them the entire season. Started the season with them, then went over to USA, and now has returned. Didn't make the team, 1-1. They finished up, I believe, just yesterday. Charlie Condon was the MVP of their friendship series with Chinese Taipei.
Let's hope he maybe stays over there.
Yeah, you would hope he's not coming back to Falmouth. That could be ugly.
For our sake.
1-1. Ripped foul, 1-2. Gatemen will play the Commodores in a couple of days. They are now 1-2 against them.
Against Falmouth, yep.
0-1 here. They'll play Falmouth on the 11th. 1-2. 1 out. On the way. Ripped up the middle to center, but an easy play for Bozer, and they're going to double him up at second base. Oh, they caught Bender in a moment of a blank mind at second, and they double him up to end the inning, and Wareham escapes, avoiding some serious damage there. It's an L8, and then an 8-6 putout over at second base, 8-4 putout. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. Let's go to the last of the third, and Wareham still leading by a pair. It's 4-2 Gatemen on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
On and off the field. To learn more and get involved, call 508.
Welcome back to Spillane Field. Again, apologize for technical difficulties. We're doing all right on this
number 20,
steamy Thursday evening. Good to have you with us with Jack Hunter, Amanda Foster. I'm Aiden Blanc. Garen Caulfield digs in. He'll lead off in the bottom of the third. Wareham up 4-2, breaking ball just high 1-0 as Pence begins another inning of work. Caulfield heralds Spillane. Bunch of good guys to have up in this spot. 1-0. Just outside, 2-0. How about that number right there? 321 is Garen Caulfield's batting average. He could sneakily get into the All-Star race. Fouled away, 2-1. Keep in mind, it is still pretty early. All-Star Game's the 22nd. You have a couple of weeks to make your case. Now, someone like Nick McLean, just keep playing the way you're playing. Garen Caulfield, too. But there are certainly some names, 3-1, that if they do well enough the next couple of weeks could play their way in. And that'll be at White House Field later this month. Just outside, Caulfield draws a leadoff walk.
There Garen goes, just finding another way on base. And you talked about that 321 clip. That's coming into today. So you take that first inning single. Since he's still got a kind of a small sample size, now hitting 345 on the year. I mean, you're hitting above 250, 260 in the Cape. You're doing something right.
Harrell's ready, cut and a miss, 0-1. Well, it kind of draws comparison to fellow Arizonan Ryan Campos and the way that he played last season when he was here, and that he didn't have the most notable spring at Arizona State in his freshman year for whatever reason. He's still good, but not quite what it was this spring. He came to the Cape and just exploded, and he was an all-star honorable mention, and he made his name known and then had a great spring at Arizona State, and had it not been for an injury, he would probably still be here making another, big push for the All-Star game. But, that's kind of how Garen's done. Not a hugely notable spring at Arizona, but he's certainly made himself known here at Spillane Field.
And he's done a good job of wiping a tough year for him at Arizona, where he only hit 229. It was a stark downslide from his freshman year.
Inside, 2-2.
So for him, going from metal to wood, facing tougher pitchers night in, night out here with the pressure of the Cape League, to go from struggling in the spring season to succeeding here takes a lot of mental fortitude.
2-2. On the way. Golfed in the air, foul territory left side. Foster thinks he has it. Does not. It's an Arizona team that certainly was not in the NCAA tournament entering the Pac-12 tournament, and then played their way in, made it all the way to the championship of the Pac-12 tournament after finishing well into the bottom half of the conference during the regular season. Lost to Oregon in the final, but got to the NCAA tournament. 3-2. Chip Hale and his squad. That was very impressive. And obviously, had they not gotten to the final day of that tournament, they're not even close to getting in as an at-large. 3-2. Just tie ball for him. So a couple of walks. Lawson and Garen. First and second. Brings up Tommy Spillane. This will be the second time in this game, the first inning was the first, that the Gatemen put runners on first and second. The first time, they got them both in. They were productive. Still yet to leave a base runner out there.
Well, and for both of these teams, two top offenses in the league and runs scored, you see why here so far in this game. The amount of takes, great takes that both of these teams are putting together. Two great pitches laid off by Harrell.
Ball low, 1-0. First and second. Quick timeout. Scott Landers goes to talk to Pence. Mike Mobbs heads over to talk to Garen. And another good opportunity for the Gatemen to get some runs here. Landers done with his meeting on the mound. Mobbs wraps up his. And we're ready to go again with a 1-0 count. Runners on first and second. Spillane looking to bring around his college teammate at second base. 1-0, righty hitter. The pitch, right field, curling, foul. Oh, just off. Almost had it. Count is 1-1. One. Gets that outer third strike. It's been a pretty wide zone at home plate tonight. Count now 1-2. Spillane digs back in. First and second. Trying to clean things up on the bases. Pitch. High and away, count levels.
Yeah, Dalton Pence has tried to go to that changeup on numerous occasions today, especially outside to right-handed batters, and has not really had the ability to dot it where he wants it, or at least attract a swing.
Two and two, nobody out. Time is called. It should be a pitch clock violation. 3-2. Well, again, we don't have the pitch clock. We could probably do it.
The third base umpire, J.C. Fernandez, responsible for keeping it. That's consistent in the Cape League this year. That third base umpire is the one that's got the clock.
Well, we can't see it, so we just go by the umpires. You don't know about it until there's a violation. Ball loads the bases. Wareham has the bases loaded for the first time tonight. 3 walks. Pence has lost control a little bit, and Scott Landers having a conversation. I think he wants to go out and have another meeting, but he's not sure if he has to pull his pitcher at that point. Because he is not crossed.
I think he wants to talk with Fernandez about the pitch clock. I don't think he's very happy because I think he's got a stopwatch in his right hand right now that he's keeping, and obviously it's a little subjective.
Interesting.
The designated hitter from
West that's Virginia, why I've always been a firm believer of fine. If you're going to do it, let's do it. But let's do it so that everybody can see it, and it's very clear. That's how I saw it in college this spring.
Well, it's not even so everybody can see it, just so the pitcher and the catcher can see it.
Exactly. I mean, put one in center and one behind the plate. You want to keep it D1. That's how D1 does it.
Not all D1 schools did this year.
Hussey takes away. He cleaned up in his last at-bat, got a big 2-run single. He has a grand slam already. Bases are loaded, trying to do it again. He's really made himself known. He's been a great part of this team. Takes a strike, 1-1. Pitch is on the way, 1-1. Bases loaded. Hussey cuts and misses. That was a home run kind of swing, 1-2. Yeah, high in the zone, that's his pitch.
You got the right there and the 1-1 count to take it. Now with 2 strikes, you got a 2-run lead. You got 3 runners on base. You got to try to do a job here and shorten up and put the ball in play.
1-2, nobody out, bases loaded. Pops it foul, just fighting it off.
That was a good start. I mean, he was shortened up a little bit, shorter swing, got to the high fastball, and he did it in the first inning when he hit a 2-run, 2-out single, too. He shortened up, got fisted in a little bit with the pitch, got it in off the hands. That's going to be his next evolution as a hitter.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout with the bases loaded for Pence. Now going to face Sebastian Murillo. And going to back that outfield up. They know exactly what he did last at bat. He has a home run to his name already, trying to add another.
When this is a lot of confidence from Scott Landers, leaving Dalton Pence out on the mound here to try to fend for himself. 3 consecutive walks. You got the heart of the lineup coming up with Hussey and Murillo.
on the ground, left side. They're only going to get one out because there was an awkward play at third. Foster picked it up. He tried to tag Harrell, missed it, and they only get the fourth. So Spillane is off the bases. Murillo's going to reach on a very awkward fielder's choice. And Caulfield comes in to make it 5-2. How about that?
Hey, Murillo did a job. It wasn't the hardest hit ball. Only hit it just above 70 off the bat.
I think more than Murillo, you have to say Harrell did a job getting away from that tag. That could have ended the inning. And now Scott Landers is going to have another conversation out there.
I think this one is to discuss whether
he got tagged
or Harrell went out of the baseline or not.
Oh, okay. Here's Rene Lastris.
The catcher from Charlotte, number 7, Rene Lastris.
Taps the plate. First pitch to him. Pops it up. Foul. He's got a towel in his back pocket. What is that about?
He's wiping his hands off with it. The thing with Rene,
interesting.
He's got the short bunny tail now. He just tucked it in a little bit.
Oh, I love this.
I apologize to our viewers. I don't think they can see the umpire's blocking it.
The 0-1. Runner takes off. Swing and a miss. Oh, they got him dead to rights. Murillo's in trouble. Throw coming home is on the money. Tried to pull a fast one and bring home Harrell. Didn't work. And Rene will get another at-bat to start the third. But the Gatemen do get a run. They're going to get it on no hits in that inning. No errors also. And one runner left on base. Fourth inning next. Gatemen on top by a score of 5-2.
The care you need when you need it. Our 7 locations are open 7 days a week.
Welcome back. The Cape Cod Baseball League is hosting a hot stove event on July 12th to benefit the Bring Back the Hall campaign. The panel will feature Cape League Hall of Famers Peter Gammons and Ron Darling, as well as former Red Sox pitcher Jim Lonborg. The event will be held at the Moose Lodge in South Yarmouth on Route 28, with doors opening at 6:30 p.m. Tickets are extremely limited, with under 100 remaining, so make sure to purchase yours today online.
All right, well, let's go to the fourth inning. Center fielder out of Iowa, Sam Peterson, leads off. He's 0 for 1 with a flyout. Looks like there was an issue with Rene Lastris and his gear there. It's been resolved. Gavin Black back out on the mound. Breaking ball lands in the zone. It's 0-1. Caught it and miss. Way out in front. We were told all about the fastball, but Black has a really good breaking ball and a really good changeup, too. That came in at 68 miles an hour.
I think the gun may have been lying to us
Yeah,
there.
no, gun could add it or subtract. Oh! Did he get it?
No.
Oh, JC just missed that. Wow, that was a really good effort. He was like Superman there.
Yeah, I think our scoreboard radar gun's lying to us. I had that pitch before at 84.
Well, still a good pitch, a really good off-speed pitch. And Black, as you mentioned, to increase his longevity, may go to that a little bit more. 0-2, outside 1-2.
And the slider, honestly, from what I was reading, was kind of the big thing with Black. Obviously, he throws pretty hard, but he's got the ability to twirl the slider in there. Tight, high spin rate, good break.
In the air, center field, dunks down for a base hit. So, leadoff base hit from Peterson brings up Cam Foster.
How about two Georgia guys here? Talked about how Cam was a high school teammate of mine at Westminster. Gavin Black from North Haconey High School. Gavin Black's last inning he pitched in high school was closing out the state championship game to win in 2022.
Swing and a miss. Oh, and the throw goes into right field. Renee Lastris throws it over the head of Tommy Spillane, and advancing up to second base is Peterson.
Well, that's the third throwing error of the night from the Gatemen. It just got to be sharper.
So it's 0-1. Now a big RBI opportunity for Cam Foster. Pitch. Pop foul. 0-2. Black, solid. Only 2 runs through 4 innings. Though not 4 complete.
He's got 3+ innings of work right now. If he gets an out, it'll be the first time in 5 games that a Gateman starter has gone past just 3 innings.
0-2. In the dirt, blocked by Lastris.
So Tejeda went 2 2/3 yesterday. Major 3 on Sunday. On Saturday, Witrowski went 3. On Friday, Nolan Hughes went 3+. And then the Thursday game, the start of that losing streak against Harwich, Casey Talent suffered an injury just in the 2nd inning, but he was not looking great himself.
Looks in for the sign. Now deals. Low in the dirt, 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Two. Runner takes off. Ball, and Lastris can't get the throw off. Stolen base for Peterson. Barry heads up, seeing he's got a righty hitter. He has some leeway there when he goes to steal. How about Peterson getting a couple extra bases there? 3-2. Low ball 4. Runners go to the corners.
Cam has worked 2 solid plate appearances so far. A dribbler down the third base side that got the run home in the 2nd, and then working a full count. And the streak is now going to continue if Smythe is coming to take Gavin Black out of the game.
Yep. Well, it's a smart decision because at this point it's very dangerous to keep him in here. In a 5-2 game, tying runs coming up, you got to go to the bullpen. And Wareham most definitely will. To the bullpen they go. Let's see who it is. That should be Tyler Dean from Virginia Tech, now at South Carolina. And he has a very clear directive, get a ground ball here, try and turn the double play. We'll take a break while he does his warm-ups. Back in a moment on Wareham Community Television and the Gatemen Baseball Network. We go to the remainder of the fourth inning. James Hepp is in out of UCLA. Righty swinger. Big opportunity here, Jack. First pitch from Hepp. Ball in the dirt.
Yeah, Hepp pitched last week versus Harwich, the first game of this losing streak, on Thursday. He actually did some great work for Wareham. 3 innings, just 1 earned run from UCLA. He's got a lot of innings here this summer because he just didn't really pitch very much for UCLA here in the spring.
Ball outside, 2-0. No, they gave him the strike. That outside corner has been very, very favorable to pitchers tonight. 1-1. Get your Blacks line in a moment. It's not done quite yet. The pitch. Inside, 2-1. Lastris does a great job to keep it in front of him. Stands in, ready for a 2-1. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Hepp breathes, turns, throws to first, not in time. After this, the Gatemen will go on a trip in which they'll play 3 East Division opponents in 4 days. Pitch on the way, slicing foul right side. They will face Brewster tomorrow, YD on Saturday, Hyannis, the lone West Division opponent, on Sunday, and then Chatham on Monday night on the road. 2-2, runners are on the corners. The pitch, popped up, another one foul. Two and two. Adonis Guzman at the plate climbs back in. First and third. Here's the pitch. Left side, Cologne botches it at third. Everybody's safe, run comes in. Oh, Cologne tried to field it on a backhand, and it didn't go well.
It's another tough defensive stretch for the Gatemen. Murillo going over there to try to pick up his teammate, J.C. Cologne, and it's just a tough ground ball. He's playing at a not natural position at third base. He plays shortstop for Missouri and playing on a new surface here with the infield and the stone dust. The ball just gets away from him.
Spillane cheats in on the grass as Pete Giuffreda comes up. Left fielder, strikeout and walk. Pops it up. In the air, foul, 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. Back in. Here we go. Hep. Delivers outside, 1-1. It's been a pretty quick game so far. Game started 6:59, less than a half hour in. I beg your pardon, 5:59. Outside, 2-1.
We're at 122 right now.
Not too bad.
This inning's been a little
yes,
long.
this inning has dragged on. Black was taken out earlier in it. Wareham still yet to get an out. Force at any base. Middle infield is back. Trying to turn 2. Help out Hep. Just off the plate, 3-1. (5-3), Wareham leads it. Tying run on first. Go-ahead run at the plate. The 3-1. Oh, it's ball 4, just a little low. Base is now loaded. Foster third, Guzman on second. Giuffreda with his second walk goes to first.
Jonathan Bastine.
And walks and errors just never a good combination. You've loaded the bases with him here. Walk, E6, walk.
Hep gets ready, now throws. Ooh, really good breaking ball, just a wave and a miss, 0-1. Wow, 74 miles an hour. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. Oh, and 1 steps forward, swing and a miss, another one, 0-2.
Kind of two different pitches there for Hep. The first one was loopier, had much more downward spin on it, at top spin a good bit more, and that one appeared to be more of a slider, at least a slurve from Hep.
0-2 en route. Here comes the pitch. Low 1-2. No ball, a 1 ball, and 2 strikes. Looks in for the sign, now has it. Facing Vastine, a very hard hitter from Vanderbilt. Strike 3 called. Good pitch. Hep finally able to record an out here in the 4th.
Good pitch sequencing by James Hep. He was able to go early in the count, curveball, slider, then get a little later in the count, pump a fastball.
It's Derek Bender, first baseman, Coastal Carolina, couple of walks. Readies. Now Hep deals. Outside ball one. One endo with one out. Relaxes. Ball hard hit, foul right side. 1-1. Ball is striking it out. Good to have you with us on this Thursday night. Aiden Blanc, Jack Hunter, Amanda Foster, and the fine folks of Wareham Community Television helping us out with the visuals. Appreciate their help all season long. 1-1, nobody out, one out. Breaking ball lands inside, 2-1.
Yeah, with the way the bullpen has been used in this stretch, there's no room to make another change here in the fourth. So Hep has got to really lock it down here and try to get out of this inning still with the lead.
Leads at 2. Basic could change that. The pitch. In for strike 2. Count is now level. Level count, one out. Massive pitch coming from Hep. He delivers. Left side, past Cologne and into left field. 1 run in, 2 runs in, game is tied. Hep backs up the throw so it stays with him. But a 2-out single, a 1-out single to tie this game from Derek Bender.
It's a good piece of hitting by Bender. I mean, he was way out in front of that curveball, but it's what good hitters do. They stay back just enough to throw your hands at it. And Bender just did just that. I mean, 93 off the bat. That's a hard hit rocket. Not much Cologne could do there at third.
It's going to bring up Chris Stanfield. Told you all about his career at Auburn, trying to give Bourne the lead, 5-5. Wareham won the first meeting between these two teams, 6-5. Fouled away, 0-1. Sets up. The 0-1. 0 away, evens out the count. Even count, 1 out. Again, another big opportunity for Hep with 1 out to try and turn a double play end this inning. Runner takes off. Pitch swing and a miss. Throw down is good. It's cut off. Coming back home. He's out. So the count is now 1-2. Stanfield cannot believe that they called Giuffreda out at home plate. Bender is gone. I beg your pardon. Bender's on second.
Mike Hinojosa, as the home plate umpire, is having a talk with Scott Landers. I think Scott Landers may have a point. To me, my first reaction is that the throw to the plate from Murillo was a little wide on the first base side from Lastris. And so I think the tag was a little late. I think Giuffreda may have gotten in there. But the out call was made, and there's not really much you can do about it now. It's not like the field umpires can come in and overrule that type of play.
So the count is 1-2. There are 2 out now. Readies himself. 1-2. Just outside. Count is level.
Well, you have an opportunity here to have a kind of a crisis averted type moment. You go from first and third, one out, middle of the lineup, bat at the plate. Now you're one strike away from getting out of that unscathed. But you got to make a pitch here.
2-2, 2 out. Here it comes. Slides off the plate, full count. Steps off. Two and two, 2 out. 3-2, that is. Hep readies. Payoff pitch. Foul back. Right on it. Stanfield trying to straighten it out. Three and two. Peers in for the sign. Now has it. Wheels and deals. Ball 4. This inning is dragged on a pitching change, and now 7 batters to the plate. This will be the 8th in Kendall Diggs. Time out of the mound.
Well, 2 more errors this inning for the Gatemen. I got 2 more 3 more walks as well. Very reminiscent of the second inning. Where Bourne had 3 hits. Wareham committed 2 errors, 1 walk mixed in there as well. You know, something's just got to give here. Wareham has got to step up in this situation. They're obviously on a 5-game losing streak. They're playing against the hottest team in the league. They're in a tough spot, but at some point they've got to step up and try to turn this ship around.
Here we go. Diggs stands in. Takes strike 1. Great framing job behind the plate. Oh and 1. Hep steps forward, runners take off. There's a ball, no throw down. Couple of stolen bases, they pull off the double steal.
Well, they tried to do it earlier in the inning and couldn't, and by my count, that is 4 stolen bases in the inning. Peterson stole 3rd, Bender stole 2nd, and then 3rd, and Stanfield just stole 2nd.
Game is just ground to a halt. The 1-1. 1-2. Second and third. Go ahead run 90 feet away. 1-2. Time called. Pitch count clock violation. 2-2. That's what, our 3rd of the game?
I believe so. I mean, I've never seen this many in a game
this is
up here before.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, my logic on it is, like, obviously you have to be consistent, but when there's no clock for anybody to see, like,
I don't think it's fair.
I feel like you have to give a little bit of a grace.
How do you know?
Grace period. Like,
how is Hep supposed to know out there how much time he's got to throw the pitch? The 2-2. Inside, count runs full. Here we go again. 2-2. Second and third. 2 out. Time called. Payoff incoming. The pitch. Pop foul. He spoils another one. Hep has been worked this inning.
You may keep that foul ball courtesy of attorney Glenn Hannington and his daughter Tevis.
3-2. 2 out. Runners on second and third. Crucial moment in this game for both Bourne and Wareham. Sets. Gets ready. Now deals. Chop foul first base side. Three and two, 2 out. Hep looking to work himself out of this thing. Has not surrendered the lead. Sets chest high. Strike 3. Oh, Hep gets him. Inning over, but Bourne has made themselves known. 3 runs on just 2 hits in that inning. 1 error. And 2 runners left on base. Bottom of the 4th is next. Wareham and Bourne now tied at 5 on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Cape Cod 5 is proud to be a long-standing supporter of the Cape Cod Baseball League and its contribution to the local economy as a treasured summer attraction. Cape Cod 5 is a community bank serving customers throughout Cape Cod, the islands, and southeastern Massachusetts. Founded in 1855, the bank's mission is to enrich the lives of those it serves while contributing to the health and vitality of its communities. Cape Cod 5 provides a full range of banking solutions, including personal and business banking, residential mortgages, investment management, and trust services.
The Gatemen are proud to partner with Franklin Sports as the official batting gloves of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Throughout the summer, all Cape League teams are wearing their own custom team batting gloves courtesy of Franklin. From the Cape League to the big leagues, it's all hands on deck.
Beaver Dam Partners, based in Wareham, publishes the Wareham Week, Sippican Week, Dartmouth Week, and their newest paper in Middleborough and Lakeville, the Nemasket Week. Here you'll find locally focused community news online today and in print weekly. News that's free thanks to the support of local advertisers. Visit WarehamWeekToday.com. You can access all 4 papers or pick up a copy at hundreds of businesses and other locations around your town. Amanda Foster in just a little bit with Jack Hunter. I'm Aiden Blanc. Good to have you with us on WCTV, D1Baseball.com, and worldwide on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Gatemen have some work to do. We're all tied. Renee Lastris, who was up when they threw out the runner to end the last inning, now bats to lead off the 4th. Righty struck out on just 3 pitches in his first at-bat. Strike 1. Oh, he launches that one out to left field. Back going is Giuffreda, but he's got it. Hard hit ball. But Renee's retired at 89 miles an hour off the bat. Barreled it up.
Yeah, loud sound, but the only problem with it is he just hit it a little bit off the end of the bat.
Here's Bozer. Couple of, just 1 fly out. On the way to center field. Heading back, crashing into the fence. It's dropped, and Bozer has a double. He gets hit on the throw in, but he has a one-out double here in the fourth. Well, the Gatemen have hit well. That's probably the biggest plus today. They've hit really well. Here's J.C. Cologne.
How about Bobby Bozer with 2 balls hit over 95 miles an hour today, and both of them to right center field. He's really hit the ball hard.
Runner on second base. Here's the first offering to Cologne. Swings through it, 0-1. McLean waits on deck. Outside, snap throw back to second, not in time. Even count. Cologne into respectable 261, trying to bring in a run. Deals. An inner third strike, it's 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. Quick timeout. Cologne back in, trying to bring home a go-ahead run for Wareham in the bottom of the 4th inning. Fouls it away, stays alive in the count. One and 2. Peers in for the sign, finally has it. Long set. Pence finally delivers. Fouled away. Pence trying to work through his 4th inning. Black did not get to that. Pence, who would have been in line for the loss, now trying to battle back, maybe even get himself a win here. At the very least, a no decision. 1-2. 1 out, runner on second base. Delivery. In the air, left center. Racing over Chufreda, joined by Peterson. It's Peterson who makes the grab. 2 down.
The right fielder from Arizona State, number 15, Nick
Now
McLean.
Nick McLean, who's trying to bring in a run. Good guy to have up with a runner on base.
About Dalton Pence for the Bourne Braves. Had a very ugly first inning, but has settled in quite nicely. He's 1 out away from getting through 4 solid innings.
McLean looking to add another RBI to his total. Cut and a miss, 0-1. Twelve runs batted in. Trying to add a 13th to his total. Here comes. Low 1-1. It's a high-scoring night. 3 games getting played around this league. The 1-1 is on the way. On the ground towards second, takes a hop, rolls off the glove. Corona Grauer rushes the throw to first, not in time. McLean beats it over to first base.
There's not a good play by JKG.
The second baseman
He got caught in between the hop. He wanted to come in and take it, and then he kind of paused a little bit, and then it just ate him up.
Still waiting on an official score decision there. Here's Garen Caulfield. Runners on first and third. Another guy you love to have up in an RBI opportunity. Hitting .321 this summer. Takes inside ball one. Patient hitter, too. Wareham had a 5-0 lead. Outside, 2-0. Or rather, a 5-2 lead. It's now 5-5. Runners on the corners. Bourne trying to avoid giving up the lead again. Sets. And the 2-0. Popped up right side. Bermuda triangle, foul ground, and caught by JKG, redeems himself. So the Gatemen in that inning go no runs on either one or two hits. We're not quite sure yet. One hit, one error, two left. Let's go to the fifth. Wareham tied at 5 with Bourne on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
We have carrier openings all over the Cape.
James Hepp out for a second inning of work. So we welcome you back to Spillane Field. Two other games going on tonight. Cotuit Falmouth and Harwich Brewster. The Brewster game, the Whitecaps lead at 12-6 in the top of the ninth inning. We'll have to go on to the stream to get the Falmouth score. Let's see. Wow, a 12-2 Falmouth game. So this is by far the closest game in the league tonight. Not even a conversation.
For all your real estate needs. Located at 155 Front Street.
And it looks like our buddy Jacob Tobias is pitching for the Cotuit Kettleers in the 7th inning. So that's how things are going. The most elite reliever in the league in the first baseman Tobias is now pitching for Cotuit, who trails 12-2.
Number 13, Josh Kuroda-Grauer.
All right, well, let's resume things here. 5-5 as we go to the 5th, rather. We're going to get a game going. These two teams have played some very, very good baseball. Close games at the very least. Ball one. Leadoff batter is Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, the only one that didn't come to the plate last inning. It's the final out of the 3rd. Pop foul. Now 1-1. One and one, nobody out. Sets, delivers, pulled left side. Cologne in trouble at 3rd. Another error to the 3rd baseman, and Kuroda-Grauer reaches for the first time. So an E5 brings up Sam Peterson, center fielder. Single back in the fourth. Brought home the first run of that inning. Bunted, no, it's in the dirt. Lastris blocks, throwing down. Ooh, it's a really good throw, and it's right on the money. How about Rene Lastris? Great throw.
It's a laser. Lastris, a guy coming out of high school that had a lot of the tools. Big guy, can hit the ball a mile, can gun it down to second base. We saw it there.
1-0. Now the base is empty. Peterson stands back in. 1 for 2, fly out and a single. Squares to bunt. Again, it corrals off Lastris' shin guards. Two and 0, 1 out. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Back in on a 2-1 count, 1 out. Base is empty. The pitch. Bunts it down the third base line. Oh, that's a really good bunt on J.C. Cologne. Infield single.
That was a great bunt. There's not really anything that anybody could do about that except for just admire it as it rolled to third base.
Well, they did a couple of those in Orleans. He really took it on the chin there, and it seems like, well, now they may do that one more time against him tonight.
Well, it's really the pitcher, too, that's taking it, because there's not – when you're a third baseman and you're playing level with the bag, you lay down a bunt like that, I mean, you're not going to get it. It's got to be the pitcher that comes off and at least tries to field it.
Runner on first, Peterson. Runner goes. Bunt pulled back. Lastris throw down, not in time. Just seconds late. Stolen base for Peterson.
That was a laser of a throw from Rene Lastris. Got a kind of a late jump at trying to throw it, and a good jump there by Peterson, who led the Iowa Hawkeyes in stolen bases this past year with over 20. But Lastris' throw just a little too late.
Cam Foster is the batter. He scored twice, single and a walk. (1-0). Go ahead run in scoring position. Looks in. Sets. Now deals. Fouled away, 1-1. Even count, 1 out. The pitch. Great breaking ball, lands in the zone, 1-2. Hep kind of was out there for a while that last inning. His goal to shorten this thing up, and so far so good. 1-2, 1 out. One and two. Outside, 2-2.
And Hep has not had a hard time getting ahead of hitters. He's had a harder time putting away hitters. So getting them in those 1-2, 0-2 counts, and being able to get a breaking ball by him.
2-2, 1 out. Runner on second. The pitch. Inside, 3-2. Here we go. 3-2, 1 out, runner on second base. Turns, nowhere to throw. Ready? 3-2. Breaking ball in, throw down to third, not in time. Another stolen base for Peterson. And a walk.
The catcher from Boston College, number 4, Adonis Guzman.
8 walks for Gatemen pitching. We're not even through 5 innings. Rough night on the bump.
Well, Gavin Black, the starter, was responsible for 6 of them through 3+ innings of work, and it's just another same day, same thing, where another game where you don't get as much length from your starter, and then you just put your bullpen in a mess.
Popped up from Guzman, left center, caught, runner coming, throw into second is offline. Run scores. Make it 6-5 Bourne, their first lead of the night. Now Adonis Guzman will give way to Pete Giuffreda.
Well, 4 stolen bases last inning for the Braves, including Peterson stealing third. This inning, he steals 2 bases, puts himself on third, allows for some good hitting from Guzman to hit him home.
All right, here is Giuffreda. Check back to first, not in time. First pitch. First base. Great stop, Spillane. Inning over on a G3. Wow. Put a little star in the book next to that. No run. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left. Let's go to the last of the 5th. Jack takes you the rest of the way when the Gatemen come back on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Welcome back to Spillane Field in Wareham. For more on our friend Sebastian Murillo, here's Amanda Foster. You sure it's on 4?
Attention, please.
4's up.
Now pitching for the Braves from the University of Connecticut, number 15, Jack Sullivan.
Well, it looks like we might have lost Amanda. In the meantime, We go to the bottom of the 5th. As always, our time to change over and to take you the rest of the way. Here's Jack. Hi, Jack.
Hey, Aiden. Appreciate it. We go here to the bottom of the 5th. It's Bourne now with a 6-5 lead. Some faulty defense and pitching from the Wareham Gatemen have put them in this point. It was 4-0 Wareham after the bottom of the 1st. And since then, Bourne has responded. They responded with 2 in the top of the 2nd, 3 in the top of the 4th, and 1 in the top of the 5th. Wareham has committed 5 errors this evening. And it has been walks galore on the mound.
From Campbell, number
1
10,
more in the last inning.
Harrell.
And here is Lawson Harrell to lead off the inning. It's Harrell, Spillane, and Hussey due up against Jack Sullivan, the new pitcher from UConn. Played with the Gatemen last year. Welcome back. His first pitch is a slider for strike 1. Sullivan has thrown 3 innings here in the Cape. 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Harrell serves one to right, coming on as a diving digs. It gets by him. Harrell's going to turn first. And for the first time in a Wareham Gatemen uniform, Lawson Harrell has a base hit.
Well, I think they wanted him to go to third there, but no. It's all right. He'll take the double.
The first baseman,
Harrell was inquiring yesterday about how to get himself a piece of team-issued wood, especially one that Tommy Spillane is hitting. And the answer from Ryan Smythe, what has been consistent all year, is you get a hit in one of your first 2 games, you can get a nice piece of lumber.
Oh, there's more criteria than that, right?
Well, there was, and then they just had a fire sale, and then the expectations decreased. So
right.
Harrell has earned the right now. Here's Spillane. He takes it outside. Tommy 0 for 1, reached on a walk in the 3rd. Sullivan pitched over 44 innings for the UConn Huskies this past year. The 1-0. An inside strike called by our home plate umpire, Mike Hinojosa. Joe Labella is at first. J.C. Fernandez is at third.
What?
1-1 inside. Sullivan last pitched on July 1st in a 6-5 win over Orleans. Was crucial. He picked up the save, closed out the game, an inning, faced 4 batters, just surrendered 1 hit.
That doesn't even crack like the top 5 technical malfunctions that have happened tonight.
Harrell on second.
This is like.
And Spillane now faced with a 2-2 count. Tommy Spillane spent most of the year at catcher for the Arizona Wildcats. After playing a lot of first base his freshman year. And he grounds one through the middle. Vastine, a nice stop, turns and throws it, gets by the first baseman Bender. Coming around and scoring is Harrell as Spillane and Bender collide at first. A messy play ties this ball game here in the 5th.
Yeah, that was going to be obstruction anyway. Looks like he was trying around at least. And Spillane should reach on the air, I would think.
From West Virginia, number 27,
and maybe advance on the overthrow. Let's see. But here comes the Husk's chance to give him the lead.
Grant is 1 for 2 on the day. He had a 2-run single in the first inning. It was a big 2-out knock for the Gatemen, who have been hitting the ball hard with 2 strikes now in the last 4 games. Spillane on second here. First pitch outside. So Harrell doubled to lead off the inning, advanced to third when the ball was hit, and then came around on the errant throw. Hussey puts a charge into one. High in, deep to left center field. Peterson retreats to the longest part of the yard,
and crashes up against the wall. Spillane is going to come around and score easily. Grant Hussey continues to hit the baseball. 3 RBIs today. And back and forth these teams go. It's now 7-6 Wareham.
Well, we've seen a couple of these games. When he can get going, he gets going. He's had multiple 6 RBI games. Dude is raking right now. Fun baseball being played. And hey, this is a lot of fight that the Gatemen have put up tonight. You know, whether they win or lose this game, you can take that out as a plus. They are fighting.
Grant Hussey with the 3 RBI performance tonight now has 19 of them on the season. And he stands on second base as Murillo steps to the dish. Jack Sullivan pumps a strike. He's having a difficult time so far in his return to Spillane Field. Dalton Pence gave the Braves 4 strong innings, and strong it was after giving up a 4 spot in the first to really battle. Popped up right side, Bender chasing from first base. A lot of room down there, and he makes a nice catch. And we'll get it back in quickly. A long throw to third will keep Hussey at second.
The ample foul territory here at Spillane works in his favor. Long F3. First time they put out Murillo tonight.
The catcher from UNC Charlotte, number 7, Renee Lastris.
Here's Renee Lastris in the 7 hole. So Murillo's now 1 for 3. He had a home run in the first. Reached on a fielder's choice, had an RBI in the third. So he's been retired now twice. First pitch to Renee is a called strike. I think a dog underneath prematurely called the strike. Even a nice bark.
You're 100% sure that wasn't the home plate umpire?
I heard a dog before the pitch crossed the plate.
Okay.
Lastris ropes one down the left field line. It's going to hook foul.
He's been hitting the ball hard. He's in a couple of really hard hit balls today. Just missed that one.
A double on Sunday versus the Orleans Firebirds. Sullivan playing for Harvey Shapiro's Wareham Gatemen last summer. Only one familiar face is still here from last year's team. It is Will Koger, who was in the bullpen. Lastris awaits and fans and misses out a nice slider from Sullivan. That'll keep the lineup moving now to Bozer.
The center fielder from South Florida, number 6, Bobby Bozer.
Sullivan working with a fastball, a slider, and a changeup. Throws the fastball just south of 50% of the time. Throws the slider and the changeup about a quarter of the time. First pitch, Bozer swinging. Fouled off left side. A high-scoring affair between these two ball clubs. Wareham tacking home 4 in the bottom of the first. Bourne responding with 2 in the top of the second. Wareham got another insurance run in the third before Bourne tied the game with 3 in the top of the fourth. Both teams scoring here in the fifth. Grant Hussey, the man to get those runs home for Wareham, sits on second. Bobby Bozer was a pinch runner last night and then came up in the 9th inning at a crucial spot and worked himself a walk in a full count. Sullivan finds the outside corner. Now with David Glancy gone, Bobby Bozer has the team lead in walks. He's got 16 of them. Had a double early on today for hit number 10 on the year, double number 5. The South Florida Bull awaits the 1-2, and he serves it foul right side. This is the third meeting of 6 between these two clubs this year. Bourne walked it off against Wareham last night. On June 18th in the young season, Wareham walked it off on the Bourne Braves. Bozer gets hit by the pitch on his right hand. The appeal to J.C. Fernandez at the shortstop position. He did not go, so Bozer's going to take first. Now we've got a pinch hitter in the 9-hole. J.C. Cologne will be lifted for the newly minted pinch hitter, Josh Stevenson.
Can I have your attention,
the
please?
Ohio State
Pinch hitting
Buckeye.
for the Gatemen from the Ohio State, number 16, Josh Stevenson.
I was talking to Josh yesterday about his commitment. He said he really loves the Ohio State coaching staff. And these days it feels like in college athletics, besides NIL, the coaching staff is what drives kids to school and also what drives them away from schools. Also loved the opportunity to play on an everyday basis in center field. He's got a big point to come to the plate here, and he takes the first pitch down. He will replace J.C. Cologne, who went 0 for 2. Sullivan set just above the belt. Fouled back right our way. Aiden right next to me, you didn't even flinch.
I'm used to it at this point. Made of steel.
Stevenson came onto the scene against the Yarmouth Dennis Red Sox in late June. Had 2 doubles and then spent a lot of time in the leadoff spot before David Glancy and now Nick McLean have started to really hold that spot down. Now he's got a hitter's count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Stevenson, left side, coming in Shafreda, and he overruns it. And he did make the catch. Our view obstructed there. He overran it, but did still make the grab. But that will do it for the Wareham Gatemen here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 runs across on 3 hits, and 2 men stranded. Another error for the Bourne Braves. We now go to the 6th. Your score, Wareham 7 and Bourne 6 here on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
All right.
Welcome back to the 6th. Wareham up in this one 7-6. The new pitcher for the Wareham Gatemen is Tommy Kane. Tommy Kane most recently appeared over the weekend on Saturday against the Falmouth Commodores. He finished the game with 2 2/3 really strong innings. 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 5 punch-outs. He's appearing for his 3rd game. The lefty working from the third base side of the rubber. His first pitch to Jonathan Vastine misses low.
Call him the House of Kane.
From Vanderbilt, number 2, Jonathan Vastine.
Final line for Hep. 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, 11 faced.
Kane behind in the count, 2 balls and 0 strikes to Vastine. Vastine, a slower day than he did yesterday against these two teams. The Wareham Gatemen and the Bourne Braves meeting on back-to-back days. This one was actually supposed to be played on Tuesday. Here we are on Thursday, though. It's a 3-0 count now. Kane pumping home a fastball to try to get back in the count. So Bourne is on a 4-game winning streak in 1-run ball games. They've played some tight games, and they've come out on top in all 4 of them, and Vastine works a leadoff walk.
The
Second
first
time he's
baseman
walked
from
today.
Coastal Carolina, number 44, Derek Bender.
Here's Derek Bender. Bender settling into the right-handed batter's box.
Looks like Falmouth Katuitt's gone final. 12-2. Commodores win. How about the Commodores? How hot have they gotten?
Kane's pitch misses high to Bender. And yeah, now the Gatemen are only 2 points ahead of them.
Hang on with that. They're tied.
Curveball. Well, now if they just won today,
right,
they are tied.
yes. They came in 2 points ahead, and if they win, they will still be 2 points ahead. But both teams have 8 wins and 2 ties. Losses, matter very little in this league. They don't have any point deduction or anything, so it's 2 points from ties, 16 points from wins.
Appeal to first. Joe Lobella at first says Bender did not go. It's now a 3-1 count, 0 outs in the inning. The runner on first is Vastine, who reached on a leadoff walk. Tommy Kane, the 3rd pitcher for the Gatemen today. He relieves James Hepp. A big hack from Bender. He fouls it away.
And guessing that under the assumption that the tiebreaker would be the head-to-head record, Falmouth will be in 4th place over Wareham if the Gatemen cannot win tonight.
Falmouth has won 2 out of the 3. Payoff pitch. Runner goes. The pitch is high, so the throw, which is also high, does not matter. And Bender has reached base for the 4th time today. So by my count, that's 11
Auburn,
walks today
10,
for the
Chris
Wareham pitching
Stanfield.
staff. And we are just in the 6th inning. Wareham is in 4th place right now tied after Falmouth just won. 11 losses, 8 wins, 2 draws. Now Stanfield showing bunt. He pulls back for strike 1.
We're looking to play a little small ball to bring in a run here, or at least advance the runners.
Chris Stanfield, the Auburn Tiger, just finishing his freshman year. Stanfield coming into today, hitting safely in every game. Shows bunt again. A cue shot backwards. He still is without a hit here. The rising sophomore from Tallahassee, Florida. Stanfield did not play yesterday. The last time he played was on the 2nd versus Falmouth. From the leadoff spot, went 3 for 5, 3 RBIs. And he awaits the 0-2. Kane misses outside. Stanfield ended up working his way into the starting lineup for the Tigers. And not only working his way into the starting lineup, but working his way into being the leadoff hitter as the season went along. And he swings and misses at the 1-2 fastball from Kane. So Tommy Kane trying to bounce back. A strikeout is a start.
The right fielder from Arkansas, number 8, Kendall Diggs.
And here comes Arkansas's Kendall Diggs to the dish. Diggs led off a loud second inning for the Braves with a loud double. A similar swing here could give Bourne the lead. First pitch to him, a nice fastball from Tommy Kane. It's been a tale of 2 outings for Tommy Kane. We mentioned his outing over the weekend when he went 2 2/3 innings, 0 runs, 5 strikeouts. That was not really the case for Kane in his first outing. The success wasn't. The Wednesday prior, 8 days ago. Just got 1 out, allowed 2 hits and a run, walked a batter as well. Came in the game late. Didn't really quite look comfortable. The Maryland Terp looks back Vastine. Breaking ball off the plate. Diggs has a patient eye at the plate, walked in almost a 5th of his plate appearances this year for the Razorbacks. Now an even count. Renee Lastris wants to go and talk with Tommy Kane on the mound, devise a game plan here in a 2-2 count. That's the 4th mound visit, announces home plate umpire Mike Hinojosa. One of these teams trying to solidify pitching and fielding as both offenses have surged early. Pitch. Chopped at the plate. Lastris fields it in foul territory. First pitch was at 5:59 p.m. It was 80 degrees at first pitch. We are just about 2.5 hours in here in the top of the 6th. Kendall Diggs playing in right field. He was an infielder, really a utility guy. Runner goes. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Both runners are going to advance, so another double steal. That's the 2nd successful double steal of the evening for the Braves, but that is also the 2nd out.
The second baseman.
So it'll be up to Joshua Kuroda-Grauer.
Kuroda-Grauer.
He's got 2 runners in scoring position now. Vastine is the tying run on 3rd. Bender the go-ahead run on 2nd. And a great stop by Renee keeps both runners put.
Another inning that's dragged on. Only 4 batters have come to the plate, though.
The Wareham pitching staff has not really been in a rhythm at all today. No clean innings, no clean 1, 2, 3 innings today. Kane in his first inning of work has 2 strikeouts, has also walked 2 batters. They're the 2 runners on base. The 2-0 inside, ball 3. You do have room to put JKG on base.
First base is open with the 2 runners in scoring position, advancing both on double steals. No team has been stolen on more than Wareham this season.
Well, it's a good stat. Not necessarily for Wareham.
Well, in terms of attempts.
Right.
The Gatemen have not been too unsuccessful at throwing out runners, especially Yadi Hernandez. He threw out 2 runners yesterday. He's thrown out 7 this year. 24 have tried to steal. 3-1. Fouled away, and the count is full. Home plate umpire Hinojosa wants some more baseballs after this pitch. Kane in a full count. Kuroda Grauer from Rutgers, a member of the Bourne Championship team from last year, a member of a team that's surging now. He cracks one to short. Murillo on the backhand. Long throw across the diamond. He makes it. A nice stretch from Tommy Spillane. And the inning ends with Wareham still on top. And the inning, no hits, no runs, no errors, and 2 left in scoring position. We now go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 7-6 Wareham here on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. In-person and online classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in accounting, criminal justice, education, nursing, and our new 100% online MBA, visit curry.edu.
Rentals of Caterpillar machinery, generators, and marine engines, visit MiltonCat.com, your area cat dealer. Milton Cat, the Cape and Islands Caterpillar dealer, is proud to be a sponsor of today's game.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile is committed to serve those who serve, and that's why they go above and beyond for our active duty military and veterans. Visit your neighborhood T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com to learn more.
Jack Sullivan still on the mound for the Bourne Braves after spending last season with the Wareham Gatemen.
They are located about a quarter of
He's
a mile
crossing
from
the
field on
bridge,
Route
playing
6,
for the
offering
Bourne
a convenience
Braves.
store, a Dunkin' Donuts, and a deli.
And he's out for his 2nd inning of work after replacing Dalton Pence. Pence got him through 4 strong. It may not look incredibly great on his line, but considering that he gave up 4 in the bottom of the 1st, he only gave up 1 run in the 3rd. So that was it for his outing. And then Sullivan got hit around a little bit in his 1st inning of work, surrendered 3 hits, was not helped out. A throwing error by the shortstop advancer runner, but all 2 of those runs going down as earned. Here on the Gatemen Baseball Network, alongside Aiden Blanc, Jack Hunter here with you. It's the top of the order for the Gatemen here in the bottom of the inning. First pitch, McLean, high fly ball right side. Kuroda Grauer, just in fair territory, makes a nice running grab for the 1st out. An impressive play by the athletic Josh Kuroda Grauer.
He's made a couple of really good plays tonight.
For second baseman from Arizona, number 20.
Well,
Garen
defense
Caulfield.
has, for either side, not been a strong suit tonight, or really last night for that matter either. Bourne committed 4 errors last night. They're the best defensive team in the league. Caulfield sees a first pitch strike. Bourne steps into today with just 13 errors on the season. From the winds, the 0-1 yanked outside. So Bourne with a season-high 4 errors yesterday, still the league leader in a good way in errors with just 13. Wareham coming into today last in the league with 29. That's expected to continue with 5 errors tonight. An inside strike. Sullivan had a really strong summer for the Gatemen. Appeared in 9 games out of the bullpen, 1-0 record, 2.89 ERA last summer. And he just misses a strike 3. His last outing was against Ryan Smythe's Brewster Whitecaps. Pitched 4 innings, only conceded 1 earned run. And now Smythe sees him again, now from the Wareham dugout. Caulfield reaches out and pokes one into right field for a base hit. Stay hot, Garen Caulfield. That's his 3rd time on base today, his 2nd hit, his 11th of the season, and the Gatemen have a 1-out base runner.
Making a play for our player of the game. Really good stuff from Garen Caulfield tonight.
Number 10, Lawson Harrell.
So Garen, that's 11 hits and 31 trips to the plate. For you math people at home, .354 batting average. Here's Lawson Harrell, fresh off of his first hit in a Wareham uniform. The Campbell Fighting Camel takes ball 1 outside. Harrell has a lot to be here for. He just finished his 4th year at Campbell, has another year of eligibility thanks to COVID. And he rips the 0-1 pitch into left field, a base hit.
Well, how about his night? We talked about Garen getting on 3 times. Lawson's now gotten on base 3 times, 2 hits.
So Harrell reaches on the 1-0 count. I stand corrected. And now Tommy Spillane to the plate. And continuing the thought on Harrell, he's a guy that just finished his 4th year, so he's an older guy being here. So when the MLB draft comes along in just a few days, some of these older guys, that's kind of a sense of urgency for them to sign if they get the opportunity to. So if Harrell can play well here for a few games, it may be bad news for Gatemen fans, but it may be good news for him in that he could see his stock increase and could find his name called. Trying to build off of a strong year this year. He was the Big South Conference Player of the Year. Here's Spillane. Fouled back. So Sullivan has conceded 5 hits so far. The Carmel, New York native, just finishing his sophomore year at UConn. Made 10 starts. And he hits Tommy Spillane on the backside, and the bases are loaded.
He'll take it. We talked in the break. Doesn't feel like a game the Gatemen really should be winning. The amount of errors and hits and runs they've given up, but they're hanging in there. And that's, you know, the sign of a team that's ready to fight.
Well, the offense has been strong today. They've now put together 9 hits.
West Virginia.
They've also found other ways to reach base. Tommy Spillane being a great example of that. He's walked. He's been hit. He came into today only 1 for 9 on the year, but he had been walked 6 times. Now here's Grant Hussey. He's responsible for 3 RBIs today. And he sees the first pitch for strike 1. Bat rested on the shoulder with the bases loaded. And he fouls it back.
He's had a monster night, too. Kind of that 3-headed dragon with Caulfield, Harrell, and Hussey tonight. Spillane has gotten on 3 times, too.
Hussey had another 2-run double last night. Had a big 2-run single in the first. A double that drove in another run in the 5th. Can he add on? He stays alive. His double hit in the 5th inning was to the deepest part of the yard. Out there in that corner where the 2 fences meet, where the baseball fence meets the football fence here at Spillane Field. The outfield uses a football field in the fall for Wareham High School. There's a goalpost in right center field. Tagged left center field. Peterson is under it. At third base, Caulfield, he's going to tag and score. It's another huge night for Grant Hussey. This one a productive out. It's a sac fly. It's 8-6 Gatemen.
Another RBI for the Huss Bus. Kind of love the way he's playing.
Number 3, Sebastian
So with 4
Marvillo.
RBIs tonight, he's cracked the 20 mark. The Gatemen hoping to not be done yet. They got to get their runs when they can. Harrell is on second. Spillane is on first. 2 hits in the inning, 1 across. The Georgia shortstop takes a big swing and a miss. Sebastian and Garen Caulfield, who just scored, have been really the 2 hottest bats for the Gatemen over the last 5 games. Both of them coming in to today, 4 for 13, just over 300 in a dry spell for the team. And you may think to yourself, well, just hitting over 300 in a 5-game stretch, that's somewhat impressive. But the team itself in the last 5 games hitting under 200.
Not tonight, though. Very good offensive night.
Sullivan misses outside. It has been a big bounce back, especially early. 4 runs, 3 hits in the bottom of the first. They had a nice 5th, 2 runs on 3 hits. They've got a run on 2 hits here in the bottom half of the 6th. Murillo fights it off, second base side. Kuroda Grauer stumbles up with it, and he's got the 3rd out, but the Gatemen get another run across. They extend the lead now to 2 on 2 hits. No errors, and 2 runners left. We go to the 7th. It's Wareham 8, Bourne 6, and a tight one here at Spillane Field. Stay with us.
Advanced digital multifunctional copiers since 2009. Call Office Technology Group at 508-858-5825.
Can you tell them to stop? Getting a good look at our WCTV crew as we go to the 7th. It's now Wareham 8 and Bourne 6. 2 runs in the 5th, 1 run in the 6th for the Gatemen. Have got him here, and Tommy Kane looking to push the line forward. He's the 3rd pitcher of the night for the Wareham Gatemen. It's also a nightly bark in the park.
Yeah, it's a cute dog.
Here on the Gatemen Baseball Network alongside Aiden Blanc. Jack Hunter here with you in a crazy game. 14 runs between these 2 teams. Bourne has 6 hits. The Gatemen, after that last inning, have 9. Bourne has committed 2 errors after committing 4 yesterday. The Gatemen have 5 errors. Bottom of the order due up for the Braves here in the top of the 7th. It's Sam Peterson, the Iowa Hawkeye, to lead things off. And he wastes no time. A single into center field. Good way to start.
Pretty single. Good piece of hitting. Great start to the inning.
That'll bring up Cam Foster Cam, the Liberty Flame.
Third baseman from Liberty, number 21, Cam Foster.
It's a good Westminster Wildcat moment right here. Cam at the plate. Myself, Jack Hunter here on the play-by-play. First pitch to Cam misses high.
Good take. Cam's tall.
He was
It might be stating the obvious, but he's big.
He was a center on our basketball team.
I was about to say.
He was a very talented all-region basketball player in 3A. 1-0 to him. He gets out of the way. He took a gap year, took a prep year after he graduated in 2020 at Scouts USA. So despite just finishing his sophomore year, he is draft eligible. 2-0, runner goes. Pitch is low, and Lastris cannot get it out of his glove. So how about Sam Peterson,
Good steal,
who led Iowa in stolen bases this past year with 4. Nope, 4.
Wow. Good for him.
And Lastris going out to the mound to talk things over with Kane. So this is Renee Lastris' first time catching Tommy Kane. Now the home plate umpire, Mike Hinojosa, has to record that Lastris' trip to the mound was the 5th meeting. So Foster ready and set here in the 3-0 count. He's played in 118 games for Liberty over the past 2 years. A cue shot, right side. Spillane collects it. It's going to be a foot race to the bag. That Tommy Spillane wins for the first out. Peterson advances to third.
Really good play by Tommy over at first base. For someone who hadn't played first base in quite some time coming into here,
College,
he's
4,
really
Guzman.
loved the position, and he's become a great backup for Grant Hussey. And it also expands his playing time. You know, obviously, I'm sure he came here hoping to play catcher. It's what he mostly does these days in college. But he's earned himself, that many more reps because he can play first. Importance of versatility on the field.
First pitch curveball in there for strike 1. Guzman's got a job to do here, and he's done it well today. Had an RBI in the 4th inning, and also in the 2nd, too. A single in the 2nd, reached on an error in the 4th, but still tagged with the RBI, and then a sac fly in the 5th. So you would put that together, it's 3 RBIs and 3 plate appearances. Adonis Guzman, the catcher from Boston College, was a highly touted catcher coming out of New York. 1-1, chop to the plate. Murillo snags the short hop to first. Oh my goodness, Sebastian Murillo. The run is going to score, but the second out made by Murillo at short.
Really, that was pretty.
The left fielder from Rutgers, number 24.
And that run only makes it 8-7. Gatemen still have the lead.
So for Guzman, he's been to the plate 4 times and has 4 RBIs to show for it. He's been doing it in about every single way. A single, reach on an error, a sac fly, and now a ground out. Chafreda at the top of the order. First pitch he sees is a breaking ball that gets away from Kane. And how about Peterson, who scored 3 times? That's no coincidence. He's stolen at least 1 bag every time he's gotten on base. He's pushed himself along, gotten himself closer to scoring. His hitters have knocked him in. Chafreda tried to take home in the 4th on a double steal. Was cut down. A pretty curveball from Tommy Kane.
Yeah, that was really pretty.
Kane has the sign. 1-2 on the way. Chafreda able to lay it off. Chafreda played for Lafayette for 4 years, on the way to Rutgers this upcoming year to play with Josh Kuroda-Grauer. Chafreda settling in on the left side.
payoff pitch. Low in the zone, and Chifreda works another walk. That's the third walk he's drawn today.
Shortstop from Vanderbilt, number 2, Jonathan Vestine.
"12 walks on the day for the Gatemen pitching staff. Simply put, that is not going to help you out too much. Breaking ball, Lastris tried to bring it back to the plate, can't do it. So in the infield for the Gatemen, Bobby Bozer is at third base. He moved from center field after Josh Stevenson pinch hit for Cologne earlier in the game. Murillo, Caulfield up the middle, Spillane at first. Stevenson holding down center field with Harrell and McLean flanking him. Lastris finds it underneath him. The Wareham Gatemen have the most extreme splits in the league. They are 7-3 at home, 1-8-2 on the road. Bourne has had similar success at home, but they've just been better on the road. Runner goes, 2-1 is down. Lastris once again cannot get it out of his glove. This time it goes into center field. No advance. It's another stolen base. This one, Chifreda gets it.
A lot of stolen bases tonight. A lot of free passes. At least once runners get on base.
Bender stolen 3, Peterson stolen 4. 2 successful double steals for the Braves. 3-1 just misses outside, and Tommy Kane serves up his 4th walk of the evening. 13th
Now batting,
for the staff.
First baseman from Coastal Carolina, number 44, Derek Bender.
That's the 127th walk the Gatemen have allowed here in the 22nd game of the year. And with Derek Bender coming up to the plate, the most dangerous hitter for both Coastal Carolina and the Bourne Braves here this summer, that'll be it for Tommy Kane today. So Kane came on for the 6th inning, got through an inning and 2/3, and he will be lifted. The bullpen gates will open. And it looks like Will Koger will be the one to take the ball in a huge spot in this game. We're going to take a break. Let Koger get warmed up, and when we come back, we'll tell you all about him here on the Gatemen Baseball Network. The biggest moment in this game to this point. Will Koger, the second-year Gateman, the only returning player this year for Wareham out of Louisville. Appearing in his 6th game, he's been rock solid for the Gatemen, pitching to a 2.79 ERA. He's got the high-leverage role in the bullpen, and Ryan Smythe is calling on him to try to get out the most potent hitter in this league, and Derek Bender. 2 runners on. It's a 1-run ball game, and the first pitch to Bender is a spinner in there for strike 1.
Good move bringing in Koger. Remember, Koger was the one to give up the walk-off in Orleans. It was an unearned run because he got on with an error, so he ran into some problems. Good chance to rectify that here.
He's pitching in front of his family today, including his dad, Glenn, who coached him in high school. His dad is coach at Bardstown High School in Kentucky. Will says that carried some great benefits and some also downsides as well. Got to spend a lot of time with his dad, but it is a little tough when your dad is coaching you in front of all your friends as well. 1-1 there for strike 2. He started 1 game this year. It was against the Chatham Anglers, and he was telling Ryan Smythe in the dugout earlier today that he's glad to have a role on this team. And Ryan Smythe responded, "You've earned it." He's earned the spot to be here right now. In a 1-2 count. The pitch, just off the corner. Koger wanted it. Derek Bender has not been retired today. 3 walks, a single, 3 stolen bases. He went 2 for 4 yesterday. Now holds the single-season RBI record at Coastal Carolina. The 2-2, chopped to Murillo. He charges it, cannot come up with it, recovers to first, got him! Oh, Sebastian Murillo, the magician at shortstop. The inning is over. The Gatemen are still on top here as we stretch things out in the 7th inning. Will Koger and Sebastian Murillo get the Gatemen out of the jam. We stretch things out with your score, Wareham 8 and Bourne 7 here on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
We'll stay right here and listen to Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the Gatemen. If they don't win, it's a shame. Or it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Fireworks ending the top of the 7th inning. Derek Bender facing Will Koger. It's the Gatemen's best and the Braves' best. And the best defensive shortstop in the league, Sebastian Murillo, ends it. Here on the Gatemen Baseball Network, we're all stretched out after Braden Shank, our producer's beautiful rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game over the public address system.
Love it.
We come back here in the bottom of the 7th alongside Aiden Blanc, our producers, Rachel Manning, and the aforementioned Braden Shank. Good to be with you here as the Gatemen look to snap a 5-game losing streak. Lastris taps the front foot with the bat. He's ready to go. Thinks about the first pitch. Takes it for strike 1. Jack Sullivan still on the mound for the Bourne Braves. He's conceded 3 runs and 5 hits in inning number 3 now. A nice looking slider. Rene Lastris recently committing to the University of North Carolina, Charlotte. Charlotte, the short name they just go by for athletic purposes. He puts a charge into one, pretty high and deep to left field. Chafreda looking back, looking up, gone!
Oh my goodness, halfway up the bleachers. Light tower power for Renee Lastris. Sound that horn.
Wow. Well, there's the power we've been waiting to see. That's why he was brought to this team. Wow, that was a shot. Wow.
Some insurance runs for the Gatemen here in the bottom of the 7th. It's Lastris' first home run in a Wareham uniform, his second extra base hit. And that ball clanked in the metal bleachers.
The third baseman from
halfway up.
Number 6, Bobby Bozer.
Bobby Bozer looking to continue things for the Gatemen, who are up 9-6 now. Excuse me, 9-7. Bourne tacked on that run in the top of the 7th. They pulled it to 1, and now the Gatemen have it back to 2. Fouled at the plate. So the Bourne Braves and Scott Landers have gone to Jack Sullivan for some depth here out of the bullpen. And he's given up 4 runs now in 2+ innings, 6 hits. Bozer, hard hit up the middle. The Gatemen looking to keep things going. Bobby Bozer, 2 hits on the evening.
Well, the one thing that's been consistent tonight is the offense. This is the kind of offense that we saw from them in the beginning of the year that just hits. There's nothing around it. Now it's Josh Stevenson, his second at bat, coming off the bench.
Well, it's good to see the Gatemen tee off on a bullpen. Yesterday, they just had 2 hits in the 4 1/3 innings that Bourne relievers worked yesterday. And it's been a common trend. Stevenson, a big hack and a miss at a changeup. On July 1st versus Falmouth, just a few days ago, 1 hit in 5 innings pitched by the Falmouth relievers. And in the first game of this 5-game losing streak on the previous Thursday, just a week ago today, 1 hit in 6 innings pitched by Mariner relievers. Back pick to first, and Guzman throws it up the line. It'll trickle all the way down into right field. This throwing error by Adonis Guzman will move Bobby Bozer 2 bases. He's at third with nobody out.
Great start to the inning. Gatemen looking to put this thing away. Do not let it come down to the 9th inning like it did last night, and is a great start.
It's been errors galore today. That's the 8th error committed between these two teams. 5 for Wareham, now 3 for Bourne. Bourne committed 4 errors, a season high yesterday. They still woke up today the best fielding team in the league. Wareham by a tight margin in last place. Stevenson, a job to do now with the Braves infield in. Whoa, hard hit, right side, foul.
Yeah, that was a really good piece of hitting. Just got to straighten that out.
Stevenson pinch hit for J.C. Cologne in the 5th. Flew out to left field in his first trip to the plate to end the 5th inning. If he can lift one here, it'll be a 3-run advantage for Wareham. And he goes fishing. A nice pitch by Sullivan. Looked like he went to the changeup again there for the first out.
Much needed first out there.
From Arizona State, number 15.
Brings up McLean. Yeah, bottom part of the order just hasn't been productive. 2 at-bats from JC, 2 at-bats from Stevenson. No one's been able to figure it out.
The 7 and the 8 hole, although, has been mighty productive. The Lastris homer, Bobby's got 2 hits. He got hit. And the top of the order also has done its job today. Can McLean keep doing it? First pitch breaking ball outside. Nick McLean coming into action today, a .321 hitter. Slightly open stance. And he backs out of the way. It's been now 3 really solid games between 2 rivals this year. In the 3rd game of 6. Now a 3-0 count. First game on the 18th, Wareham walk-off, a sac fly.
The game yesterday, Bourne walk-off, a hit batter. A tight 2-run game here in the bottom of the 7th. And Nick McLean has coaxed a walk. And Aiden, I don't think there's many hitters you would want at the plate right now more than Garen Caulfield.
No, best guy to have up.
Caulfield has had a strong day today. 2 hits, a walk, has scored all 3 times he's reached base. The Arizona Wildcat once dreamed of being here. Played 2 years in quotation marks at San Joaquin Delta College. Did not play in either season because of the coronavirus pandemic. The season got canceled on both occasions. He's just finished his 2nd year at Arizona. And he said, you know, in the summers when those JUCO seasons were canceled, it was a dream to be here to play some baseball, but he didn't have the reputation yet. He has it now. He's here. And he takes the 1-0 for a strike. Garen moved into the 2 spot today. He's been in the bottom of the lineup this year. Off the end of the bat to shortstop for 1. Vastine to JKG to first. It's a 6-4-3 double play to wipe the Gatemen out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They do get 1 run off of a Rene Lastris leadoff home run. 2 hits in the inning. 2 left. We now go to the 8th. It's a 2-run advantage for the Gatemen on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
It's time to read some winners.
Competitive pay, state-of-the-art facilities, and opportunities in service, sales, accounting, HR, marketing, IT, and more. A job at Milton Cat, the Northeast Caterpillar dealer, is more than a career choice, it's a choice career. Visit miltoncat.com/careers to join their growing team.
Summer, our players are able to track and monitor their development thanks to our title sponsor of the 100-year anniversary, Baseball Cloud, whose data tells the whole story. Baseball Cloud gives fans like you the opportunity to access each player's stats and historical data. Baseball Cloud technology is ushering the next 100 years of the Cape Cod Baseball League, inspiring and exciting the next generation of players and fans. Learn more at baseballcloud.com.
To the top of the 8th, Will Koger, not out of the woods yet, but he got a big out to end the 7th inning. The Gateman reliever with his family on hand here today, his dad and his mom, some extended family as well, trying to watch him close down the Bourne Braves. It's Wareham 9 and Bourne 7 as we enter the top of the 8th inning here on the Gateman Baseball Network. Alongside Aiden Blanc, our producers Rachel Manning and Brandon Shank. Jack Hunter here with you, and Amanda Foster, also the 3rd member of our crew on the sidelines. Will Koger got inserted into the game to get the last out in the 7th, and he was helped out by an incredible defensive play by Sebastian Murillo, who is a shortstop that he charged. There's a short hop that he charged ferociously, bobbled it, still collected it, threw out Bender, who runs well for being a first baseman. But like I mentioned, he's not out of the woods yet. Stanfield Diggs and Kuroda Grauer due up in the inning for the Braves, who have 6 outs to work with, a 2-run deficit. Bourne on a 4-game winning streak, Wareham on a 5-game losing streak. First pitch to the Auburn Tiger, and it hits him. And that's going to hurt. I think it got him right in the knee.
Yep. Not going to feel good tomorrow.
With this brief pause in play, I'd like to say some happy birthdays. First, happy birthday to my cousin, Henry Watton. It's his 13th birthday today. And happy birthday to my dog, Lily. It's also her 13th birthday today.
All right.
13's a big year, especially for dogs.
It really is. Yeah, 13, you know, I'm sure your cousin's a great guy, but 13's a lot bigger for a dog than it is for a person.
Happy birthday to both. Here's Kendall Diggs now stepping in from the left-handed batter's box. Stanfield, a painful way to reach base, but he does so. The trainer's going to come out and look at him as he got hit in the left knee. Trainer accompanied by Scott Landers in his second year. Landers won the championship in his first year as the manager of the Braves, and Stanfield's going to leave the game. Tough way to go for Stanfield, who had hit safely in every game he's played this year. He's reached base twice today, but no hit, so that streak is going to snap. It's a 6-game hitting streak. Gage Harrelson, last night's center fielder, is going to pinch run.
At first from Texas Tech, number 16, Gage Harrelson.
So Harrelson out of Houston County, Georgia. Graduated from Houston County in the Warner Robins area of South Georgia. Kind of central Georgia sometimes.
Okay.
Depending on where you are. Or how south you consider Georgia. South of me.
But you're in central Georgia.
No, I'm in North Georgia. Ish.
Okay. Is this like central Jersey, North Jersey?
No, it just depends on how.
Well, Georgia's a bigger state.
Like, I'm not in North Georgia, but I'm in the north side of the state.
Okay. I can't say I understand that, but okay.
1-0. Harrelson goes. Lasters' throw down to second is a strike. The tag. Money. Oh, goodness. Renee Lastris pulls the gun out of the holster and guns Harrelson down, the Texas Tech Red Raider at second.
Yeah, I understood that. Great throw from Renee. The catching the last two nights has been really good. Yadi Hernandez had a couple of runners thrown out last night. Now Lastris has a couple of runners thrown out and a home run. You know, the catching's quietly been very, very good the last couple of nights.
Home plate umpire Mike Hinojosa is going to call time at the plate. We're all ready and set to go here with one out. A less tense situation for Koger. The tying run is no longer at the plate as Diggs, possessing the left-handed batter's box, takes a mighty hack. And it may be a good thing that Diggs doesn't have the possibility of tying this game. In the Fayetteville Regional this spring, he had a go-ahead home run against Santa Clara in a do-or-die game to take the lead. And he kills one up the middle. Murillo tries to save it, but it bleeds into center field.
That Fayetteville Regional also had Arizona. A lot of guys between these two teams were in that regional between
The second baseman from Rutgers,
Arizona and Arkansas.
Kuroda Grauer back in the dish, the righty. He went 1 for 3 with a very hard hit double to the left field fence yesterday. Flew out to center in the second, hit into a double play, also lined out to center fielder in the third inning. It was a 8-4 double play. Got a tight West Division matchup. Bourne is creeping on Katuitt from the second place spot. Wareham is falling, looking to avoid going into last place. Kuroda Grauer getting set. Kuroda Grauer only played in 2 regular season games for the Braves last year, but he played in 7 playoff games. Bourne went 6-1 in those games and hoisted the championship trophy last year. And now the 2-1 to him. Skips at the plate. Lastris. You better be careful running on Renee tonight.
Yeah.
Diggs learning that lesson. He's still at first.
And not the first one to learn that lesson.
Well, Diggs has learned the lesson from his teammates. He has not stolen a base or gotten picked off tonight, but he saw what happened to Gage Harrelson. Crota Grauer with 2 back-to-back really solid seasons for Rutgers. He's now faced with a full count. He hit .298 this past season, walked more than he struck out, hit 6 bombs. One here would tie the game. Koger trying to nail things down in the back end of the Wareham bullpen. Payoff pitch. Line right side under the glove of Spillane and into right field. Diggs is going to take the turn. He's going to third. The throw from McLean is powerful, but pulls Bozer off the third base bag, and now the Braves have runners on the corners with 1 out.
Good piece of hitting. This might be the day for Koger. Let's see. Nope.
The center fielder from Iowa, number 23,
Well,
Sam Peterson.
Koger finished the game versus the YD Red Sox, over an inning outing last Wednesday, and the last win the Gatemen have gotten, which is 8 days ago. He finished the Orleans game. Orleans walked it off. He got through 2 innings before that walk-off occurred.
I think that's the benefit to having a guy in the bullpen who's also capable of starting, is he can go long distance. You know, he is probably the longest reliever they've got.
Now steps Sam Peterson. He takes strike 1. Peterson has been a subtle MVP today for Bourne. 3 singles, 4 stolen bases, 3 runs scored. Good defense out in center field for the Iowa Hawkeye. Just finished his sophomore year. Pick back to first. Joe LaBella at first calls him safe. A quick move from Koger. Peterson was first team All Big Ten this past year. Hit just south of 320. Led the team, like I mentioned earlier, in stolen bases and hit by pitches. Time at the plate. Rene Lastris, I think maybe wants a new glove. He pointed to the de facto catching coach, Cody Doyle. And I think his glove is blown up on him here. So Koger has had to deal with the pause of Stanfield getting hit. Now the pause here.
Yeah, it does kind of throw off your rhythm, doesn't it?
Koger got the last out in the top of the 7th. He's been met with some trouble here. 1 out in the top of the 8th. Slide steps to the plate and just misses a hair outside. Brian Greisman, the pitching coach, nervously watching from the home dugout on the third base side. Can his pitching staff continue to bend and not break? Fouled back to the screen. That's going to send JKG back to first. Peterson did not play last night when these two teams faced off at Doran Park across the Bourne Bridge. A pick back to first. Spillane immediately slaps the tag on him, but this one a little bit closer. Closer in from the base runner's perspective. JKG able to get back in there after almost getting picked off earlier. Let's try it now. The 1-2. High and out. A good save by Lastris.
Yeah, he really had to get up out of the crotch there. Good save.
The Gatemen did a majority of their work in the bottom of the first. 4 runs. But in the last 3 trips to the plate in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings, respectively, they've come alive. Another pick back to first. If you can keep Kuroda Grauer put at first, you do have the chance at turning the double play, but most importantly, you keep the game-tying run out of scoring position. Runner goes high and in. Kuroda Grauer has second base. And they're going to call interference on the batter at home plate.
Did he hit Lastris?
He was leaning over. That's what the home plate
How about
umpire,
that?
Mike Hinojosa, will say. So he is going to be out on strikes.
So does that go down as a strikeout?
They're going to call it a strikeout. They're
How
going to
about
wipe
that?
Kuroda Grauer off of second base, who was trying to steal. They were saying that Peterson at the plate interfered with Lastris' ability to get the throw down to second. Now Scott Landers wants an explanation. They said, the home plate umpire Hinojosa said that Peterson was leaning over the plate. He did not allow Lastris to come up and make a clean throw.
Well, whatever it is, I think Will Koger will take it. Desperately needed an out, got it there. You know, cheap out or not, he'll take it.
So Landers is still pretty calm there. And I mean, this is the third interruption that Will Koger has had to deal with here. But the biggest swing of events, maybe of this ball game so far, you take the tying run. Actually, you put him back on first. They're going to put him back on first, but they're going to take him off the strikeout. So with Foster now at the dish, Kuroda Grauer back to first. He goes again. Foster, ground ball in the hole. Murillo has it. He's going to need to make a strong throw. Spillane picks it, but he cannot hold it. The run scores. It is now 9-8.
Good effort, though. Really, really good effort from Murillo. Man, has he worked out tonight.
So 9-8 Bourne. They've now scored in 2 consecutive frames. And it's Guzman now, who has 4 RBIs today.
Adonis Guzman.
It's going to go down as a single for Foster. It's been a great day at the plate for Cam. 2 singles, 2 walks. Can Adonis Guzman tie the game here? Chopped third base side and foul. So an interference call was strike 3 to Peterson. They sent JKG back to first base. He is on second now. Foster is on first. Owen pitch to Guzman. Curveball misses high. Fouled off right side. Koger 1 strike away from leaving the top of the 8th with the lead, allowing his bats the opportunity to extend it. This game now almost 3.5 hours in. We're at 3:21 on the dot. Koger wants to make sure that Kuroda Grauer stays close on second.
We're set. And now the 1-2. Just low. Guzman able to lay it off. Two in the dirt. If I'm overhearing right, the longest game of this year, according to our producer Braden, 3 hours and 34 minutes between Bourne and Chatham.
Back on the 19th of June.
We've been treated to a good ball game here. Runners will be going on the pitch. Carota Grauer from second, Foster from first. Guzman at the dish. Koger has him in a full count. And now the payoff pitch. Ground ball to the second baseman, Caulfield. He's got it to first. And once again, the Gatemen leave the inning with the lead. 1 run for the Bourne Braves in the top of the 8th off of 3 hits. 2 runners stranded. And we go to the bottom of the inning. It's 9-8 Wareham.
The official batting glove of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Throughout the summer, all 10 Cape
It's crunch time here at Spillane Field. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Wareham holding on to a tight 1-run advantage. Something to monitor. Will Koger a little slow to come off the mound. Was on the right side of the mound at the end of the inning, kind of bending down. The Gatemen bullpen is stirring as we're 3 outs away from the top of the 9th. The Gatemen, regardless of what happens here, will go to the top of the 9th with the lead. It's Harold, Spillane, and Hussey due up here against the new pitcher, Brady Afton. Afton, the Connecticut Husky, delivers a first pitch strike. Afton, in his 3rd game, Afton throws a fastball, slider, changeup, and curveball. Appeared primarily out of the bullpen for the Huskies this year.
Inside, just missing the back knee.
He helped UConn clinch the Big East regular season title back on May 20th against Creighton. Retired all 6 batters that he faced in that game. Very productive guy.
He's conceded 2 earned runs in 2 innings pitched across 2 outings. Last pitched on the first versus Orleans. Harrell, third base side, foul on the other side of the line.
You mentioned he's only gone 2 innings, went one of those innings against Orleans on the first. 2 earned runs, 2 hits, a walk, a strikeout, and 6 batters faced.
Fastine is playing Harrell pretty deep in the hole at shortstop as Brady Afton, the 6-foot-tall righty, climbs the hill again. The 1-2. Harrell reaches out, pokes it to right. Going back now, coming in is Kendall Diggs, who finds it for out number 1.
Good day for Harrell, though. How great has he been? 2 hits and a walk, scored a run. He's been incredibly productive.
To rehash something we told you earlier in the game, Ryan Smythe, his rule is you can get a piece of team-issued lumber, a nice stick of wood if you can get a hit in one of your first 2 games. Harrell today with 2 hits, maybe swinging a red stick like Tommy Splane's in his next at-bat. First pitch to him is a strike. Spillane slightly choked up, the Arizona Wildcat. Fouls one off right side. Oh, 2. Fouled back to the screen. Spillane with 2 hits tonight. Got hit in the 6th inning as well. Brady Afton trying to put him away. Outside. Spillane standing at 6'5". He's a 2nd-generation Wildcat. Started off the year in a platoon situation at catcher after coming in to the spring season still nursing a wrist injury. And he cracks one. Left side over the head of Foster and down the left field line. Spillane is going for 2. The throw in skids and back into the infield. It's a 1-out double for Tommy Spillane. He's got 3 hits tonight, and the Gatemen looking for some insurance here in the bottom of the 8th.
Good piece of hitting. Tommy's quietly had a really good night. Not, that's his first hit, but he still had a walk, reached on an error, hit by pitch. Good night.
Spillane now 3 for 4. He got hit in the 6th inning. Hussey from the left side now. He's been the man of the night with 4 RBIs. First pitch fastball inside for strike 1. Correction, 2 hits for Spillane. He walked in the 3rd, got hit in the 6th.
Sounds like we're approaching the longest game of the season here.
Oh, 1 to Hussey. A big swing and a miss.
Grant Hussey now with 20 RBIs on the year. A big single in the first, a double in the fifth, a sac fly in the sixth. He's down in the count, 0 balls and 2 strikes. Jammer over the third baseman's Foster's head. Oh, what a catch by Cameron. He reaches over his shoulder, grabs it on the edge of the outfield grass for the second out.
That's that Westminster coordination, right?
Yeah.
Terrific catch.
Glad somebody got it.
Wow.
Now batting, the shortstop.
They didn't teach you that?
Number 3,
Well,
Sebastian Murillo.
I can catch fine, I guess.
Okay.
Here's Murillo here with 2 outs in the inning. Sebastian clobbered his first home run of the season in the first inning. And he fouls off the first pitch down the right side. Sebastian Murillo, 2 years at Long Beach State, this past year at Georgia. He's draft eligible. And the 0-1 pitch misses high. I was talking to Dorian Gonzalez before the game today. Dorian not in the lineup. Dorian says that Sebastian is his favorite teammate, just the maturity, the composure that he brings as an older player on this roster. And he's also produced on both sides. Able to lay it off. The check to first. Joseph Lobella at first says he did not swing. I mean, Murillo has made some SportsCenter top 10 plays at shortstop all season, including some today. And he's really starting to come alive at the plate. Hits in 5 out of his last 6 games. 3 RBIs today. The 2-1 breaking ball gets across. Now 2's across the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tommy Spillane, number 28, on second base. Afton looking to send the Bourne Braves to the 9th, just down 1. The 2-2 pitch. Fouled away. Murillo staying alive. Murillo in the right-handed batter's box. We're set for the 2-2 again. Outside, and we have a full count. And with us now at 9:34, we've officially played the longest game of the Cape Baseball League season so far. We are at 3 hours and 35 minutes. Payoff pitch. Sent to center field. A few steps back goes Peterson. He's under it. And to the 9th we go. Wareham holding on to a 1-run advantage, looking to snap this losing streak with just 3 outs remaining for the Bourne Braves. Stay with us here on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Curry College is where you go to become anything you want. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers with learning beyond the classroom. Explore our offerings, including new programs in brain and cognitive science, business analytics, coaching, forensic investigations, marketing, and transformative justice. Check us out online at curry.edu.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile believes that when small towns thrive, America thrives. That's why they're investing billions to bring fast, reliable, and affordable wireless service beyond the big cities to small towns across America. There's never been a better time to join T-Mobile. Visit T-Mobile.com/AcrossAmerica to find out more. To the ninth we go. Will Koger has got 3 outs. And if he can get them, the Gatemen will see the win column for the first time in 8 days. But he's got a tall task in front of him. It's Pete Chafreda, Jonathan Vastine, and Derek Bender due up 1, 2, and 3 in the top of the ninth.
Yeah, exactly the guys you want in this order if you're Bourne. How about this? 2 nights in a row, and it both nights comes down to the 9th inning. This time Wareham trying to hold it.
The last win for the Gatemen last Wednesday against YD. Koger closed it out, and the first pitch to Chafreda is down. He earned the win because he came in the game in the top of the 8th inning, held YD off the scoreboard, got the team to the plate in the bottom of the 8th. The Gatemen took the lead, and he closed them out in the 9th to pick up the win. Here in the save situation, he got the last out in the 7th, got through the 8th, allowing 1 run on 3 hits. It wasn't pretty, but he kept the lead for the Gatemen. Now a 2-1 count on Pete Chafreda. Pete Chafreda has walked 3 times today. The 2-1 pitch to the lefty. On the way. Just off the outside corner. Koger hit a batter in the 8th. Today, the Gatemen pitchers have combined to walk 13 batters. Make it 14 as Chafreda's on to lead off the top of the 9th. Will Koger, the only guy on this active roster who played in a Wareham uniform last summer. He pitched the 3rd most innings, over 25 of them. And he's got his family on hand today to try to see him close out the Bourne Braves. Vastine at the plate. And he takes strike 1. How about 3 walks today for Vastine, and that's nothing new for the Vanderbilt Commodore, who walked almost in 25% of his plate appearances last summer in the Northwoods League. Ryan Smythe in the Wareham dugout, the manager. Scott Landers, the manager for Bourne, and the other 2 relatively new managers. Vastine sends it back. Smythe in his 1st season, Landers in his 2nd season. They both coached together for the Brewster Whitecaps. Smythe the hitting coach, Landers the pitching coach in both the 2019 and 2021 seasons. They won the championship together with Brewster in 21. Landers' Braves beat Smythe's Whitecaps last year in the 22 championship. Giuffreda was way off first base. Koger able to step off. Giuffreda would have been able to walk to second if Koger had come home. The 0-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss.
Great pitch.
One out. And now you've got the most dangerous hitter in the league, Derek Bender, representing the go-ahead run, coming into the batter's circle. One of 8 Chanticleers here in Cape Cod. And he fouls the first pitch off. Last time these teams met here at Spillane Field on the 18th, he was shaking hands with his teammates, trying to get to know them. Here, he's in the 3-hole, tasked with delivering Bourne to its 5th straight victory. Can Koger stop him? Fly ball, right side. McLean coming on. He's got it. Giuffreda is going to have to hustle back to first. That's a big second out. It'll be up to the pinch hitter, Gage Harrelson, who replaced the injured Chris Stanfield after Stanfield got hit to lead off the 8th.
It's not Stanfield. Pinch hitter, Harrelson.
Gage Harrelson, yesterday's center fielder, tasked with coming off the bench late today. Game on the line for the Braves, and he takes a first pitch breaking ball.
Now batting from Texas Tech, number 16, Gage Harrelson.
Harrelson 10 for 39 on the year. That's a 256 clip. Was a freshman All-American this year in Lubbock, Texas for the Red Raiders. A big fastball pumped for strike 1. Wareham is 3-7-1 against teams inside its own division. One of those 3 wins against the Braves here. Can they pick up a 4th win? Just missing low. We're approaching the 3-hour, 45-minute mark of this ball game. It's been a long ball game, but a great one. We're glad you've joined us here on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Can the Gatemen hold on to a 1-run advantage? Koger to the plate, and now they're 1 strike away. Koger set now. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Will Koger comes in and slams the door, and the Gatemen are back in the win column, defeating their rival, the Bourne Braves, by a final score of 9-8 here in front of the home faithful at Spillane Field.
Oh boy, did they need that. 11 hits, 4 errors. It wasn't pretty, but they got the win, and hopefully this can spark something in this Gatemen team. They've lost a lot of close ones. Good to finally come out on the winning end of it.
Wasn't this a great storyline coming into today? The Gatemen had been walked off in 2 straight games. 2-5 in 1-run ball games. 9th in the league. Bourne comes in, winning 4 straight 1-run ball games. 5-2 in those ball games.
Terrific win. Now you got to come back and do it tomorrow against a Brewster team that is also a little bit weakened. Hopefully you can take advantage of that.
So we talked about Bourne 5-2 in one-run games, Wareham 2-5. Wareham lost 2 straight on walk-offs, and they beat Bourne tonight. For the 3rd time this year, this rivalry has ended in a one-run ball game. And what a way to end it. The Gatemen getting win number 9 of the season, and you were here to watch it on the Gatemen Baseball Network. A big thank you to everybody involved in the production tonight, our friends at Wareham Community Television, our producers Rachel Manning and Braden Schenk, my broadcast partner Aiden Blanc. I'm Jack Hunter, wishing you a very good night from Spillane Field. Your final score here, Wareham 9, Bourne 8. A thriller here today. As you can take a look at the finals, the Braves do it on 11 hits. The Gatemen do it on 10 hits. It wasn't pretty in the field, but the Gatemen get it done at 3 hours and 45 minutes. Hey, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Join us as the Whitecaps come to town. It'll be another round of the Jamie Shevchuk and Ryan Smythe rivalry, the Keystone Clash, tomorrow night from Spillane Field. We'll talk to you then. Good night, everybody.